Good afternoon. The Senate Judiciary and Public Safety Committee will come to order. Usually before we gavel in, there's a lot of din in the room, and I have to quiet everyone down with the gavel, but not today. I guess folks are anticipating an interesting hearing, as am I. The committee has called this meeting because there have been a number of very disturbing incidents at the University of Minnesota since October of last year that raised statutory, constitutional, and public safety concerns within the jurisdiction of this committee. Today's hearing will focus exclusively on those incidents and the response within the university community and administration to those incidents. Our aim is to hold a public conversation, an explication of the issues, increase understanding of these issues, hold the university accountable for the handling of campus matters, and hopefully provide a groundwork for improving campus conditions and safety in the future for faculty and students of all faiths and viewpoints. I want to make it clear that today's meeting, as well as today's testimony from those that will be speaking, is to address the issues specifically concerning the University of Minnesota incidents and conduct, and not an opportunity to publicly comment on Middle East politics and specifically the Israel-Hamas war. That is why some proposed testifiers, or those who submitted a request to testify, that sought to speak more broadly than relating to the university and its actions, or had no connection to the university, were not accepted to testify. Today we will be concentrating as the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee of the Senate on the incidents that were brought to our attention of express anti-Semitism at the U, as well as the university's response or lack of response. These incidents are in front of us because they raised constitutional or statutory issues, not only relating to topics of academic freedom, the First Amendment, and free speech, but also regarding the anti-BDS statute, the Minnesota Human Rights Act, anti-discrimination provisions, explicitly anti-Semitic speech, student safety, both mental and physical, on our campus, the conduct and targeting of Jewish students for harassment on campus, physical desecration of campus structures, including spray painting of anti-Semitic rhetoric on campus, posting of posters with explicit calls for the elimination of the State of Israel in spaces where Jewish students live and learn, as well as shooting out the windows at the Jewish student organization Hillel. Thank God no one was hurt or killed in that incident. In response to these actions on campus, we were informed of the following reaction by the University of Minnesota or its faculty, and including in response to the events of last October 7th and since. The University Department of Gender, Women, and Sexuality Studies faculty statement and statements of the Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature and Native American departments justifying all of the violence that occurred on October 7th and blaming Israel for it. The statement remains posted on the official University College of Liberal Arts Department website. The GWSS statement was posted as a joint faculty statement on the University of Minnesota website. The Journal of Cultural Critique explicitly rejected a proposed publication submitted by a professor affiliated with an Israeli university solely on the grounds of his affiliation, without respect to the merits of the submission, and was told that no submissions would be considered for publication if they were affiliated, if the submitter was affiliated with an Israeli university. The protest encampment, which resulted in the University of Minnesota's public statement agreeing to almost all of the protesters' demands, including giving them a public forum before the Board of Regents, but more significantly, incorporating some terrorist anti-Semitic language in the university's response. The University of Minnesota made an offer to hire a controversial outlier academic as a director of the Center of Holocaust and Genocide Studies, to run a center which would include a lot of interaction and outreach to the Minnesota Jewish community, and the recent physical attack on Hillel. We have not heard of any specific response from the university administration to the shooting of that student organization's window. Now, today we will be hearing from a number of testifiers to be fully informed as to the facts. The goal is to have a civil dialogue. The procedures for this hearing that will be in place are to ensure that we stay focused on the issue at hand in the limited time that we have. The speakers have been requested, and I again emphasize now, to focus their remarks on the used events and handling of those events. This is not a forum to justify the actions that put public safety of students at risk by subjective political opinions of the speakers. We have designated, in most instances, 10 minutes per testifier or group of testifiers affiliated with the same or similar organizations. We will be holding up a sign notifying the speaker when they have 1 minute left prior to the end of the testimony. We ask that the speakers honor the time frame given. There are some exceptions to that which we'll identify before each group of speakers or speaker is invited to the testifier table. They will be informed of the amount of time that they have to present their testimony. We will also provide time after each speaker testifies for questions to be asked by members of the committee. If time permits, at the end of all of the presentations, we will invite the committee also to ask questions and have testifiers return to the table to answer those questions. So we ask that those who do testify, if you're able to, please stay until the end of the initial presentations are made, so that we can, if any members of the committee have questions, that you'll be available to respond to those. Now, to better understand the extent of these issues, written materials have been posted online for the public. They include that aforementioned GWSS faculty statement, an email exchange involving Professor Painter, and some others relating to that cultural critique journal, the Jewish Community Relations Council materials, including some campus photos and articles, a letter from Professor Karen Painter relating to the Holocaust Center, and a photograph that I just was provided with over this past weekend of the University of Minnesota graduation ceremony, in which some political statements, including signs that called for freeing Palestine, on caps and gowns. Now, regarding the expected conduct of the audience, this is a Senate committee hearing. We will not allow heckling or disruptions during the testimony. Anyone who chooses not to honor these rules will be asked to leave the room. If they do not cease their interruptions, security will assist them in leaving the room. There will be no signs or physical demonstrations allowed. In other words, the audience is to respect each other, the varied viewpoints that are present in this room, and viewpoints of testifiers with which you may disagree. If there are any persons in the overflow room which is available, these rules will apply to the overflow room as well. Now, we understand the sensitivity of these issues, and some testimony we expect may be difficult to hear. Some of what I've already said may have been difficult for some members in the audience here to hear, and I understand that. These are emotional, difficult, deeply felt concerns that we have about what's happening. And I understand if there are emotional reactions. We ask that if you feel it is difficult for you to keep your composure and to follow the rules of conduct, we invite you to step out of the hearing room until you are in a position to return to the hearing room and abide by the rules that we've set for the conduct of this hearing. I appreciate your cooperation. Now, we are going to start with Interim President Jeff Ettinger from the University of Minnesota. Because the university is the explicit focus of this committee hearing, we're going to give President Ettinger 20 minutes for his initial presentation, and we will, out of respect, give him an opportunity at the end of the presentations to respond as well, should he choose to do so. As I said, we will also invite questions from members of the committee at the conclusion of President Ettinger's testimony. So, President Ettinger, welcome to the committee. Please come on forward, and I'm going to have a word or two of welcome to you also after you have a seat. I want to thank you for being here today in your last week of service as interim president at the University of Minnesota. I think I can confidently state that when you accepted the appointment to that position as an interim president while a permanent search was conducted and a hire was made, that you did not expect to be facing the kind of issues that you have faced during this time. It is not an easy job under the best of circumstances. This last year certainly has been challenging. So I do wish to extend to you my heartfelt gratitude for your service to the university and to the state of Minnesota, the people of Minnesota. I personally have a long history of strong ties to the University of Minnesota at the governance level, as well as from my own children's student experiences at the university and a longtime athletic attendee. So I do all of this out of support for the University of Minnesota and to strengthen the University of Minnesota for all of those who are affiliated with it in some way or another. So President Ettinger, go ahead and start your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Les. Thank you for your kind introduction. Good afternoon to the Chair and the members of the committee. As is mentioned, I'm Jeff Ettinger, and for a few more days, I'm the interim president at the University of Minnesota. I'd like to recognize the University of Minnesota regents that are present in the hearing room today. Regent Chair Janie Mayron and Regents Mary Turner and James Farnsworth. I'm also joined today by Mercedes Ramirez Fernandez, who is Vice President of Equity and Diversity. I appreciate being invited here today. I'm very open to sharing and indeed maybe more so listening about these important issues that are impacting not only the University of Minnesota, but clearly college campuses nationwide. Let me begin by stating clearly that anti-Semitism has no place at the University of Minnesota. We stand against all forms of hate and bias, including anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or any other bias against individual identities. The university has tried to take a comprehensive approach to combating anti-Semitism. Our approach involves mandatory diversity training, including training regarding anti-Semitism for all incoming freshmen via the Go for Equity project. In addition, we offer supportive programs and services, such as Jewish affinity groups for both students and employees, and we also support the Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim student affinity group. We know that despite all our efforts, our campuses are far from immune to concerns of anti-Semitism. Since the October 7, 2023 attacks on Israel by Hamas and the subsequent response by Israel in Gaza, we have seen a significant increase in political activity on college campuses nationwide. And unfortunately, we have seen a corresponding increase in bias claims as well. We have worked to communicate to the university community that we have the resources ready to support those affected by this conflict, as well as anyone experiencing bias or intimidation. We provide robust and supportive processes for responding to bias, discrimination, and other misconduct concerns through our bias response and referral network, Line Office, and other reporting resources. And these same or similar resources are available to other university community members who experience bias, discrimination, or other concerns based on religion, national origin, shared ancestry, or other protected characteristics. Let me go right ahead and address some of the specific issues that you raised in your letter, and I will begin with addressing the faculty statement on Palestine posted by the Department of Gender, Women, and Sexuality Studies on the U of M's College of Liberal Arts website. As the university's interim president, I have publicly condemned the horrific attacks by Hamas. That is the public position of the university. After the October 7 attack, 4 units posted statements on their websites. These units were the Center for Jewish Studies, the Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies, the Department of Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature, and the Department for Gender, Women, and Sexuality Studies. Since that time, the Center for Jewish Studies has removed its statement, and the Department of American Indian Studies has added a statement. None of these statements represent the position of the university as an institution. Our Board of Regents policy on academic freedom and responsibility states that faculty and academic staff have the freedom to speak or write on matters of public concern, but they also have the responsibility to ensure that when they speak, they are clear they are not speaking for the institution. A copy of this policy should be included in your packet. Shortly after the statements were posted, the websites where the statements appeared were updated to clearly indicate that the statements represent the views of certain faculty members and not the university as a whole. We are also actively discussing with faculty governance whether a formal policy with respect to unit statements and other types of institutional speech ought to be added. The goal of any such policy would be to ensure that we advance both academic freedom and responsibility. Next, I will discuss the University of Minnesota Press and the Cultural Critique Journal's initial move to decline a paper submitted by an author with a purported affiliation to an Israeli university. To begin with, the University of Minnesota and the University of Minnesota Press respect the academic freedom of journal editors to establish their editorial policies and make decisions consistent with those policies. But, and I want to be crystal clear on this point, we do not permit editorial policies or individual decisions that incorporate a researcher's academic affiliation as a criterion. Those policies and decisions would not be consistent with either the published University of Minnesota Press editorial policy nor the editorial policies posted online for the cultural critique. The university and the press, as well as the journal Cultural Critique, continue to welcome submissions from scholars and researchers from all parts of the globe to collaborate on advancing knowledge for the greater good. In fact, the editors of Cultural Critique have clarified this on their website recently. They have added language that makes it clear the journal's editors are responsible for identifying and contacting peer reviewers, always keeping in mind potential conflicts of interest, and making sure that submissions are evaluated in terms of scholarly content and contribution without regard to the identity and affiliation of the author. The editors of the Cultural Critique apologized directly to the researcher involved in the submission who had raised these concerns, and they made a public statement sharing their regret about this matter, which was posted online. And in addition, the university issued a public statement reinforcing our and the press's commitment to academic freedom. Next, I will address the encampments on campus and the university's response. As a public research university, demonstrations where groups express diverse views and opinions occur regularly. The U of M supports the right of all members of our university community to speak and demonstrate peacefully through lawful protest. This is not only required by the Constitution, it's really core to our mission. Upholding the rights of individuals or groups to use their freedoms to express deeply emotional and personal ideas, some of which are directly opposed to each other, can be difficult to balance with our other goal of ensuring our campuses are welcoming places for people of all backgrounds. On April 23rd, the U of M Department of Public Safety received reports that a group had established an encampment on the north end of the Northrop Mall on the Twin Cities campus. UMPD arrived shortly after 6 a.m. and informed those present they were in violation of both university policy and state trespassing laws. Tents are not allowed on any university property for any purpose without a permit. In addition, public safety does not allow any encampment living arrangements on any university properties or in buildings. The group was asked to disperse by 7 a.m. and told they would be arrested if they chose to stay past that time. Some of those present chose to disperse and continue peacefully protesting, but 9 chose to remain and were arrested without incident. In the days that followed, several other protests ended without additional arrests or injury. However, stickers and graffiti, some of which promoted violence, were left behind by some of the protesters and were concerning to many. These also violated university and Twin Cities campus policies. We worked promptly to remove these items, and the university unequivocally condemns vandalism, particularly discriminatory vandalism and defacements. On April 29th, the University of Minnesota administration invited student representatives of the 4 student organizations that together comprise the UMN Divest Coalition to meet with me and other members of my senior leadership team. We issued a similar invitation to certain Jewish student leaders. On that same day, an encampment with more than 200 participants went up on the lawn in front of Northrop Auditorium. Following a constructive dialogue with the Divest Coalition on May 1st, we reached an agreement that ended the encampment and included a commitment not to disrupt final exams or any of the 20-plus commencement ceremonies that we held at the end of the year. In addition, we made other commitments to those students, including an agreement to provide additional information and continuing communication. The 9 originally arrested individuals were subject to the legal process in Hennepin County and the university's processes for assessing consequences under the applicable employee and student policies. That said, following conversations with student leaders of the later protest, the university did agree to the following: that the university will commit to advocate to the Minneapolis City Attorney for lenient remedies for those previously arrested, with any university disciplinary process offering an informal educational remedy. The university learned in early May that the Minneapolis City Attorney dismissed the cases against the arrested individuals. On May 2nd, my leadership team and I met with members of the 4 groups representing some Jewish students at the university, from Hillel, Shabbat, Alpha Epsilon Pi, and Sigma Alpha Mu. I was reminded not only of the importance of listening and having empathy, but more importantly, the need to take action. So a similar list of commitments was agreed upon with these students and communicated with the entire campus community. One item raised by these students was the Nicholson Hall revocation petition by the current and former directors of Jewish Studies. After broad consultation and consideration over the previous months, I recommended to the Board of Regents that the Nicholson name be removed from this building, and earlier this month, the board unanimously agreed to do so. We have continued our conversations with both groups of students over the summer to develop and deliver on the commitments we made. Our student leaders asked challenging questions and engaged in thoughtful and productive dialogue. It is clear that for them and other members of our community, there is far more work for us to do. Thanks to these efforts, the university did successfully hold semester-ending classes, final exams, and commencement activities as scheduled. This spring's events tested our processes and policies, but they also highlight the enduring strength of our mission, which is to prepare students to meet the complex issues facing society today and to try to work across differences. Next, you asked about the projectiles fired at the Hillel House and campus anti-Semitic vandalism. Early in the morning on June 7th, the University of Minnesota Department of Public Safety received a damage to property report at the Minnesota Hillel House at the 1500 block on University Avenue Southeast. UMPD responded promptly once the incident was reported and observed the outer panes of 4 ground floor windows that had been broken, most likely with a BB gun. Officers determined there was no immediate or ongoing threat to the public, as no one was present in the building at the time and no injuries or other damage was reported. UMPD did find 4 brass BB pellets, confirming the incident. A thorough investigation ensued, but the investigation did not reveal the perpetrator. The second part of this agenda item was related to campus vandalism, which I did address earlier in my remarks. Again, the university unequivocally condemns vandalism, particularly discriminatory vandalism and defacements. We try to take prompt steps to ensure their removal and take appropriate action against those responsible for the vandalism when their identity is known. Finally, I will address the proposed hiring of the director of the Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. This multidisciplinary center is located within the College of Liberal Arts on the Twin Cities campus. It was established in 1997 and has long benefited from significant connections to the broader Twin Cities community. It has been led by a non-tenured interim director since 2021. Some months ago, at the direction of the interim dean of the College of Liberal Arts, a search committee was formed to seek a new center director. The committee was made up of faculty and staff, including members of the center's advisory board who have academic expertise in this area. But unlike the previous searches for this position, there were no community members named to serve on the committee. Their international search included academic talks and meetings with the board of the center for each of the 5 candidates. Members of the community affiliated with the center were invited to attend the talks and to offer feedback on the candidates. Upon completion of their work, the committee provided feedback on the candidates to the interim dean of the college. The interim dean also sought feedback from within the college before extending an employment offer. Subsequent to that offer being extended on June 5th, a number of university colleagues, as well as many members of the community, came forward to express their interest in providing perspective on the position of Director of the Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. Because of the community-facing and leadership role the director holds, I determined that it was important that these voices be heard. That is why I took the unusual step to pause the search, which involved in withdrawing the offer that existed at that point in time. Over the following week, I heard from members of the community and our own faculty and staff who had concerns. I met with the provost, the interim dean, the chair of the search committee, and the chair of the history department, which would have been the tenure home for the candidate. My conclusion was that the center's leader needs to be able to bring people together around this critically important and sensitive work. My focus as interim president of the university is on the mission and direction of the center in these challenging times. And based on what I learned, I decided we should redo the search for the center's director. The center's interim director, Joe Eggers, has agreed to stay in his role until a new director can be found, and the university will initiate a new international search for the next director. I do not anticipate this search process to be initiated until the 2025-2026 academic year. The university will ensure that this new search includes a robust community engagement plan that considers multiple points of view, internal and external to the university, including the participation of community members on the search committee. It is clear that there are many Minnesota communities and stakeholders who care deeply about the work of the Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies and want to see it succeed, and we look forward to engaging with them in the search for the next director. I want to conclude this topic by underscoring that my focus as interim president was on the directorship of the center, that is, how to select a leader who could have broad community support to ensure that the center will effectively advance its mission. Decisions over offers to join the faculty to teach and conduct research in this field, as with all faculty positions in any field, are rightly made by the faculty themselves. I fully honor the faculty's judgment as to the scholarly qualifications appropriate for that role. In closing, the university has worked to take a comprehensive approach to combating anti-Semitism. Our approach includes educational efforts and comprehensive anti-discrimination protections, as well as other preventative measures. In addition, we prioritize providing supportive measures and environments for all our community members. We take every report of bias or hateful speech seriously and follow up with action whenever appropriate, based on our codes of conduct. Questions about the limit of free speech often involve constitutional questions beyond our control, but we still strongly encourage anyone who believes they've experienced bias or hate to report it to the university so we can review it in accordance with our policies. Even when hateful speech is protected by the Constitution and cannot be prohibited or sanctioned, the university still responds by supporting those who have been harmed, providing education to our community, and working to create an inclusive campus environment. Senator, as you mentioned at the beginning, this week marks the end of my term as interim president at the university. It has been a great pleasure to serve with the faculty, staff, and especially students of this great institution, actually all 5 campuses of the University of Minnesota, who have been collectively navigating the global tension you also referenced. Challenges related to these global events since October have required a balancing of many factors. In each situation, our team has tried to find the best answer for the university as a whole under the totality of the circumstance. We may not have always gotten it right, and I'm sure other speakers today may identify examples where they disagree with one or more of the university's decisions. But I can assure you we tackled each challenge in a manner befitting of the seriousness of those issues. I now welcome any questions you have.
Thank you, President Ettinger. Appreciate your testimony. I do have a couple of follow-up questions, if I may. With regard to the handling of the protests encampment, I'm particularly concerned that the manner of sanctions or lack of sanctions for those who violated the law would have the effect of encouraging future similar disruptions. An agreement to seek leniency, which resulted in the complete dismissal of criminal charges, and an agreement to, even within the university's administrative processes for student misconduct, to treat it as teaching moment only. It seems to me will only be a signal to future people intending to protest that they can do it with impunity and without facing any real sanctions. So I wonder what your thoughts are on that, or advice for future administrations.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. There's no doubt that that is a legitimate concern. I mean, that was a dilemma we're facing in that we have an anti-encampment policy. We described how in the initial incidents, and let me just kind of step back a second. We looked at each of these with 3 priorities in mind. Priority 1, the safety and avoidance of violence, if possible, against campus members, against law enforcement members, against bystanders, and so forth. Priority 2, to support free speech on our campus, including the right to protest. Priority 3, and not necessarily in order, all 3 if we can pull them off. Priority 3 would be adherence to our policies and the laws of the state. In consultation with our law enforcement professionals in that first incident, early in the morning, it was decided that we really can accomplish all 3 of these. We can safely proceed with the arrest of those students in that case, or giving them the option if they wanted to just continue to protest, they had the option to do that, and we did indeed proceed in that fashion. There were then, over the ensuing few days, a number of, I guess I would call, attempted encampments. There would be times for an hour or 2, things would be up, but there were no overnight encampments until that following Monday that I mentioned earlier in my testimony. At that point, we certainly would have been within the rights to try to enforce the policy and basically try to break up the encampment. We also had, by that time, received an agreement that this, both from the Jewish students and the divest students, that they were willing to have the conversations that we ended up having. And again, in consultation with our law enforcement professionals, decided that that was the prudent route to try. I would cite to the committee's attention, I've talked with many of my colleagues at other universities during these trying times. I'll just give you the example of the University of Wisconsin. They went the other route. They initially utilized the police to break up a large encampment effort. It resulted in injuries to numerous law enforcement professionals and injuries to many of the protesters and other bystanders in the area. And then by the next day, the encampment was back up again and stayed up for the ensuing week and a half. Their conversations with students went over 8 days and involved numerous sessions. So, I mean, if we were in a position where an arrest meant where we, in some parts of the country where you can issue like a traffic citation by mail to somebody, you violated the rules, you need to appear in court at such and such a date, we may have looked at these situations differently and enforced them differently, but that's not the way it works in terms of the trespass statutes or our campus policy. They would need to be hands-on arrests. Every arrest requires 2 officers. The officers then need to leave the premise with the arrested person, and you can just play the numbers game fairly quickly to understand how soon you have a very diminished force. So yes, we understood what you mentioned as being one factor that we needed to look at, but we wanted to take the opportunity ultimately to have this chance for a peaceful solution. At the end, in terms of the conversations that day, did we have grounds potentially to look at the 200 to 300 folks that had been in the encampments over the past couple of days and say, hey, look, you violated our rules, you're still subject to arrest? I think we would have had those rights, but from a practical standpoint, to get to the point where the encampment left and we could return to a normal community environment, that wasn't a realistic option.
Well, Mr. President, that points out 2 things. One is perhaps we need to take a look at arrest procedures and citation procedures that would give a little more teeth to the ability of the administration to enforce its own rules and state law. But the other thing it pointed out, which I guess you didn't mention specifically, was the university's statement that appeared to have been issued with headings in the same frame as the demands of the protesters. And it even reproduced an Arabic term I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this properly. I apologize if I'm not, but thawabit, I think, is the term, which is a specific reference to the radical Islamist terrorist group Hamas's foundational mission to exterminate Jews and the state of Israel. And I was really troubled to see that language repeated in the university's own statement reciting the terms of the agreement that had been reached with the protesters. What is your response to that?
That was a mistake by our administration. The way things transpired that day, we ended up doing the final versions of that document at 5 in the morning. Those had been the topics. I mean, they were kind of characterized honestly by the students as their demands. We looked at them as topics, but clearly I didn't even know what that word meant. So clearly to repeat that word then in a communication back was a mistake by the administration.
I will confess that I had to look the term up too, but it clearly was part of the mission of the protesters, which included a call for the extermination of Jews and the state of Israel. That was part of their initial statement of demands. And I would have much preferred to have seen an explicit rejection of that entire frame of conversation, let alone those goals. And unfortunately, over the course of time, on the university campus, there were a series of chalkings on campus property by SJP, the Students for Climate Justice, Students for a Democratic Society, and others posting these chalkings that included defending a plane hijacker, Layla Khaled, next to an image of her holding a rifle and all glory to the resistance, a red triangle, which has been used as a symbol of Hamas, indicating a target is about to be blown up. The statements, Al-Qassam make us proud, meaning the Al-Qassam Brigades, the militant wing of Hamas, which is a designated terrorist organization by the European Union, Australia, New Zealand, Egypt, and the UK, and whose parent organization is a terrorist organization here in the United States and Canada, and other chalkings glorifying the October 7 massacres, which included beheadings, rapes, slaughter of men, women, and children in their beds, firebombings of people, Jewish people in their cars and in shelters, and the taking, of course, of 200 hostages, and then chalking, saying glory to the Al-Aqsa flood, which was Hamas's code name for the October 7th attack. Can you give me some idea what the university has done to counter or respond to these specific messages from the protesters and those supporting them, and to protect the Jewish and Israeli students at the university?
Oh, the best way to avoid them would to have a procedure in place where they wouldn't have happened in the first place. And we certainly, even in the realms of so-called hate speech, we certainly would encourage our community members to be mindful of the audience and to try to be respectful of each other. In terms of the chalkings, or there were honestly, as you described earlier, it was beyond chalkings in some cases. We had, vandalism on the sides of buildings that was in much more permanent forms. We did not have evidence that specifically identified the people who put those things in place. We then did what we thought was the next best thing, which was to, as quickly as possible, mobilize our forces to erase them and to get them out of the place. But that's clearly not an optimal role for either the community members seeing those things or for the university to have to be expending resources to do that. So we agree that that's something that's beyond acceptable free speech.
Mr. President, I appreciate your response. I wish there had been a forceful public speech, and maybe there was and I missed it, at the time, condemning those statements, condemning those representations, condemning those who put them on university property. And they clearly would be deeply traumatizing for any person of the Jewish faith. And I will say unequivocally, had I known about if there were any comparable statements attacking Palestinian supporters, Muslims, or any other faiths, I would equally condemn and call for the condemnation of those expressions of violence and hate. There should be no place, even in a university setting where free speech is particularly important, for that kind of speech, because that speech is an incitement to violence. It's not just hate speech. And there is nothing protected in the First Amendment for incitement to violence. I just want to pivot to one other question, then I'll open it up and see if any members of the committee have any follow-up questions as well. On April 26th, a senior student at the university, as a part of a press conference, indicated that his education had been interrupted by professors canceling their classes and urging students to attend the pro-Palestine protests that were happening on campus, and other professors excusing students who chose to miss class for those purposes. There were classes, I know of one individual in particular, who was attending a 16th century art history class, obviously has nothing in particular to do with what's going on in the Middle East and what has been. When the conversation in class turned and got completely derailed by conversations about the conflict. And in fact, where she felt completely isolated as the only Jewish student in her class. There was another Jewish student I'm aware of that was subjected to Hitler jokes in a class on DEI. And another Jewish student described a particular professor teaching on the conflict, saying it was the most alienating academic experience she had ever had in her life. And she was accused, when someone noticed her Hebrew necklace, she was accused of killing her roommate's cousins. So can you indicate what kind of corrective action the university has taken with regard to those classroom atmospheres, in some cases led explicitly by professors in the classroom, even in classes completely unrelated to the topic of the Middle East and the conflict of going on there?
Senator, I would not be able to speak to those specific incidents, but I do corroborate the general philosophy. In fact, indeed, in some of the sessions we had with both student groups afterwards, they each provided examples of, here's a professor that I've had in my class that has routinely been, making political statements within the class. We strongly encourage anybody who's had that experience to report it through our bias network. I personally think it's a particularly problematic situation because it's an inappropriate power relationship between a faculty member and their student. The student may feel like, oh, gee, I have to go along with this to have a chance to pass this class, and that is totally inappropriate if they're thinking that. But even beyond the grading aspect of it, your point is well taken in terms of the student should not be put in that position, period.
Let's see if any members of the committee have any questions for President Ettinger at this time. All right, Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple of questions that are interesting for me. I went to the University of Minnesota, and I'm thinking back of my experiences at the University of Minnesota. One of them, the very first one, was January of 1969. When Morrill Hall was taken over by protesters. They prevented people from coming into Morrill Hall to do the duties that they needed for admitting new students. One of those new students was me. And I couldn't find out my admission until only a couple of weeks before my March 1st, early March entry. Then I had the experience of being in the crowd at the time, well, I should say later in '69, we marched against the Vietnam War. We marched down to the federal building in downtown, or in Minneapolis. And, there was a lot of protesting going on then. There was another protest that happened at which I only viewed from a distance, and that was when the protesters took over the where the military had their installations on the university, and they tore down the fences on Washington Avenue, and we watched from the Ford building from about second or third floor. Then there was a suspension of classes for another protest that happened. So I've gone through some of those protests, and they were a lot of free speech related protests, but sometimes there was damage done to the facilities at the university. And I'm leading to a question here, what you were talking about on consequences and enforcement. Was there a general charge for the people that were arrested and taken off of the campus? And was that something that the courts dismissed, or was there some kind of consequences to these folks? And also, was there let's say a level of charge that might have been charged against those people that were found to have done some damage to university property? And I guess I'd like to know, have just a little bit of a description of how people were treated that maybe did more of the serious issues to the university, and perhaps maybe even committed some violence there.
President Ettinger.
Yes, thank you, Senator. One incident that occurred during the fall that Director Kaplan, who is one of your speakers here today, could speak to was a vandalism incident against Hillel, where we were able to identify the perpetrators, and indeed they were subject to arrest and prosecution. As I mentioned earlier, when it came to some of the other things with the large group of protesters, we did not have footage or an ability to identify given people that had done that kind of defacing. I did want to mention, along the spirit of what you talked about, Morrill Hall being mentioned, and in spirit of what Senator Latz was asking about, that was another step, by the way, that we took on a preventative basis. That weekend before the larger encampment started, saw Bethel have an academic building taken over by protesters, and so we took the steps to close the buildings on campus so that it wasn't an easy thing for somebody to go and do, and so that was an effort, again, to try to avoid a challenge.
Senator Carlson.
Just one follow-up. So what I can say is that people that violated the law, they did face some consequences. I guess I would be correct in making that assumption?
I mean, the people who we were able to identify when it came to vandalism were, I mean, you could certainly make a case in terms of the 7 students and 1 staffer, 8 students and 1 staffer who were arrested that one morning for the encampment policy for putting up tents. You could make the case that they did not ultimately receive any criminal repercussions through the city attorney system.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm following up on that point. So you said that the 9 that were arrested did not have any consequences in the criminal justice system. Did they have any consequences from the university?
President Ettinger.
Yes, Senators, that is still ongoing. That process often slows down during the summer because the students aren't available and other witnesses potentially are not available, but that is still an ongoing process, the campus process.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, because when you were testifying before, when this came up, you talked about arrest tactics and law enforcement decisions, but what we're talking about here, and this is 9 people that have already been arrested. So that is not relevant to this discussion in that terms. They've been arrested, and what I heard was the university itself agreed to recommend to the city prosecutor for lenient sentences, which then may or may not have influenced the city attorney to dismiss the charges. Maybe they would have anyway, I don't know that. But when you agree to do that, don't you recognize that that's just going to encourage more encampments in the future?
President Ettinger.
I mean, there is the risk that both the decision to do that and the decision not to proceed with the rest of the larger encampment could do that. We tried to weigh that against the totality of the circumstances to try to come up with the best result we thought was appropriate for the university at the time.
Senator Gruen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the frustrating thing for me is that there's a perception out there that the reason the university might have agreed to make that recommendation to the city attorney is simply based on the preferred political persuasion of that group of people. And so what do you think if this were some other group of people with maybe a political persuasion that isn't favored by the majority of the administration at the university? Do you think they would have been treated the same?
President Ettinger.
I mean, I can assure you, Senator, that at least in my mind, I would have treated them exactly the same. I'll give you an example, because I mean, I understand where you're coming from in terms of the general reputation of the university. When I arrived at the office last June, there were already stacks on my desks of petitions to disinvite Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who was scheduled to be part of our Stein lecture series that fall. And our sense was, look, this is actually a wonderful learning opportunity for the university. It's great that we have the opportunity to get Supreme Court justices to come, and we're not going to have a process where, oh, we only are going to invite these 3 and the other 6, no, they can't come. So we proceeded with the event. We knew the event would draw attention. There were indeed protests to the event outside, which were perfectly appropriate. We were also ready for protests inside the event, which were not appropriate, and they indeed did happen, but we were able to break them up within 2 minutes, and the show went on, if you will. And I think the 3,000 plus people who were there to listen to Justice Barrett had that opportunity. So I have certainly, to me, that is a core precept of the university, is that it should be an arena and not a participant. It should not be taking sides on a political basis.
Chair.
Senator Gruen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that response. I think that's exactly how it should be. Whether that actually is how it plays out at the University of Minnesota, I think will be something that we should monitor closely going forward, because these are complicated constitutional freedom of speech issues, but we have to make sure that the policies are applied the exact same way and are content neutral, regardless of who may be on either side of these things. And that's where I see sometimes, not necessarily pointing out the University of Minnesota, but where I think college campuses go astray, is that there's a perception and that some students get treated differently. But the other thing about this is that bothers me about the university agreeing to a lenient recommendation to the city attorney is that it was done basically under threat of another encampment. That's how I understood that. And to me, that's just not a good look. It's not responsible way of doing that, being a competent, responsible administrator. And so that's more of a comment than a question. But that's how it seems to me when, as you described it, is that there was another one and you just wanted to make sure that there weren't any more encampments. And so that was part of the agreement with the quote unquote negotiations with the student group. I think the administration has a responsibility to be above that, more professional than that, and not let a group of students come in and say, if you don't agree to our terms, we're going to give you more of what we just did, or maybe do something else. I think that is a poor look by the administration.
Any follow-up, President Ettinger?
No, I guess not.
All right. So not Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions that don't relate to each other, but the first one is, were you able to identify any professional protesters that showed up that are there to actually add to the chaos of the protest? And how were those dealt with, if you found them?
President Ettinger.
Well, I mean, there's a narrative about protests that go either direction, that some people think they're all just being orchestrated. Some people think they're not being orchestrated at all. I will tell you, My experience this year would say it's a mix. The same morning that at 4 a.m. on our campus, the tents went up the first time. At 4 a.m. on the USC campus in Los Angeles, the tents went up. It seems kind of coincidental, the same MO, if you will. We did identify, there was one day where the protesters brought teepees and yurts to campus as sort of, I think, symbolically saying we're irritated that you're enforcing your tent rule, and so we're going to bring giant tents and see what you do with these. They ultimately were taken down before the day was over. But we do know from footage at our campus that, I mean, there were cars that fit the tent poles for the yurts perfectly that didn't look like they really probably were our students that were involved in that. But that being said, I mean, the two random events that I can cite to you, one would be, okay, we had the 9 arrests the one morning, 8 of them were students. When we had the chance to have the conversation with the Divest Coalition the one day, there were 2 advisors with the students, but otherwise it was all students. The students are the only ones who talked. That's who we talked with. So, I mean, if they're being orchestrated by someone else, I did not observe that.
Senator Carlson, last question, then we're going to move on.
Thank you. And on the other side of our issues that we're speaking of, being that your term is going towards the end, what things would you do differently in selecting the professor that was named for the Center for Holocaust and Genocidal Studies? And what would you recommend your successor to be sure to emphasize in that selection?
President Ettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I mean, I think the key is community participation. It may ideally be in a couple forms. I mean, yes, I think there definitely needs to be specifically committee members from the community, but then people point out, well, there's lots of communities, there's lots of different people who would want to participate. So maybe there's a way to also generate feedback from a broader group, but still also have that committee membership on there. But one way or the other, for a center that has that kind of a outreach and important community connection point, that needs to be part of the process, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
We're going to invite Benji Kaplan, the Executive Director of Hillel, to come forward for a 10-minute presentation. Mr. Kaplan, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. You're welcome to start your presentation when you are ready.
Mr. Chairman and members, my name is Benji Kaplan. I have served as the Executive Director of Minnesota Hillel for the last 10 years and will be taking on a senior role with Hillel International, the largest Jewish campus organization in the world, starting next week. Hillel came into existence in the early 1920s during a time when Jewish college students were often unwelcomed in other campus spaces. Today, after over 100 years as the primary Jewish student organization on college campuses, Hillel serves nearly 200,000 Jewish students annually at 800 campuses. We are nearing our 85th year at the University of Minnesota, and while we serve as the essential resource on campus for Jewish connections, community, and religious practices, we are sadly still facing similar issues as we did back in those early days. With the highest level of bias incidents and marginalization of mainstream Jewish voices in recent memory impacting our nation, Minnesota Hillel has seen an 80% increase in Jewish students accessing our programs and services in the wake of the worst single massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. It is not hard to see why. According to the university's own statistics, 1/3 of all reported bias incidents over the past academic year involved anti-Semitic or anti-Israel conduct. And for context, only 1%, about 1% of the population of the Jewish community, of the campus community is Jewish. The recent issues around Israel on our campus are not new. In reviewing the Minnesota Daily Archives, it appears that anti-Israel groups first appeared on the U campus in 2001 during the Second Intifada. By 2015, the efforts of such groups had created such a hostile environment for Hillel student leaders that they sent a letter to the university leadership that read in part, quote, "We understand that at any university, it is important to allow various viewpoints to be represented by various student groups in order to encourage intellectual growth and foster discussion. When a student group knowingly distributes false or unverified information in order to demonize others, they are no longer participating in an intellectual discussion, they are spreading hate and fear. The students added, if our university community seeks to provide a safe environment for students that also maintains students' rights to promote their worldviews, all student groups must behave appropriately. Incitement, hatred, and spreading of fear must not be acceptable. This message is now almost a decade old. These students saw what was coming this year from a mile away, and they were asking for help. While many Hillel student leaders would tell you that they have felt supported in closed-door meetings with the university administrators, and from time to time when the university has used their own voice to acknowledge the destructive nature of some anti-Israel tactics, these actions have always been reactive. When we need is a proactive, systemic change. Why? Because without systemic efforts to deal with the toxicity of the Israeli-Arab conflict on campus, the demonization of Jewish, Israeli, and Zionist students has been allowed to spread from the quad to the classroom, on social media, in student government and university senate, and most recently to a Board of Regents meeting. Without systemic change, the environment since October 7th has shifted from hurtful free speech and biased lectures to a level of toxicity that jeopardizes the physical safety of our Jewish students and degrades their ability to learn, study, and access all the opportunities that should be available to any student at the U, regardless of their religion, beliefs, or country of origin. This right is enshrined in the Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, but the fact that it is not being upheld on our campus is deeply concerning. In just the first week after October 7th, Jewish students, many of whom were still grieving, friends and family members who were among the thousands of casualties of the Hamas attack, had to face daily rallies, graffiti, hateful signage, teach-ins, die-ins, and more. I want to highlight just 4 of the occurrences that happened in those first few weeks. Less than a week after the death and destruction, Hamas, a U.S.-designated terrorist organization, called for the continuation of October 7th with a global day of resistance against Jews and Zionists. On that day, as bodies were still being identified, Students for Justice in Palestine handed out flyers on campus in support of this call. 3 days later, a student's roommate's anti-Israel activities on social media felt so unsafe that the student requested for a room change. The following week, after 4 academic departments hosted a Palestine teach-in, that same day, an attempt was made to destroy a free hostages sign in front of the Hillel building. And on November 8th, the University of Minnesota Duluth student government released a statement blaming Israel for October 7th. Again, these were all just in the first few weeks and are just a tiny fraction of what was happening on campus. These actions and more caused Hillel to expend tens of thousands of dollars to harden our facility and ensure students and their families that we had a safe and secure space for them to gather. We know now that this was a wise decision because in the early hours of June 7th, as you heard, a car drove by our building and fired 4 shots to break windows in the front of the building. These shots were not fired at an Israeli student center. They were fired at a Jewish student center. On October 7th, Hamas mutilated bodies, burned people alive, raped women, killed parents in front of their children, and murdered children in front of their parents. They threw grenades into protective shelters and dragged hundreds more back to Gaza as hostages. How do we know this? They recorded it all, cruelly sending FaceTime videos to friends and family members of their victims, calling home to boast to their families of what they had just done, and then were celebrated in the streets as they returned to the people they would later use as human shields. Despite all of this, the University of Minnesota campus exploded overnight with student groups, professors, departments celebrating October 7th, inverting the situation, demonizing Israel and those who support it, and throwing facts out the window in favor of narratives, political biases, and lies. Sadly, things have only gotten worse since those first few weeks. On top of student group activities, university departments have put out anti-Israel statements on their official university web pages. Dozens of professors took time to make their classrooms toxic for students who simply believe in Israel's right to exist, and even more departments allowed extremely biased sources to host teach-ins in their spaces. I understand that later in this hearing, representatives of at least one of those departments will be speaking. I challenge you to ask them whether they still maintain, as they did in their October statement, that everything I have described is, quote, unsubstantiated claims, and whether they believe that my representation of the facts today is Islamophobic. I do not doubt that there are many more biased response reports filed this year by Jewish students than ever before. Entire departments whose unofficial slogan appears to be, believe women unless they are Israelis, is just the tip of the iceberg and probably one of the reasons why. Seeing students deface the Union with chalk messages like "Long live the Intifada" and "Death to Zionists" is awful. Seeing those same students shut down the campus with an unlawful encampment that included faculty support and then get rewarded with a meeting with the regents and monthly meetings with the president's office also just feels scary. Unless the university does something to proactively change the toxicity, Jewish students and staff will be left wondering if next time it won't just be the windows at Hillel that get shot. This violates our right to be full and equal members of the U community. It violates our collective morality, and it violates the law. This is not the university we know and love. Most students, educators, administrators, and staff are amazing people and have offered support. Yet we are beyond comforting words of support. We have seen what not addressing the core issues with concrete actions has created. For years, I have advocated for university leadership to join more than 70 other universities, including 8 other Big Ten schools, in participating in Hillel International's Campus Climate Initiative, a program that was designed specifically to help university leadership understand, identify, and deal with campus anti-Semitism. In the current climate, if the current climate is not enough for the U to finally take this request seriously, I am not sure what will motivate them to commit wholeheartedly to change. Don't get me wrong, there has been university efforts, but they aren't making a dent. Having a UMPD camera watching the Hillel building at all hours is great, but it didn't stop June 7th. Rewarding encampment protesters so that vast majority of students could take their finals and have a peaceful graduation weekend seemed like a great solution to an immediate problem. But it also granted legitimacy to harmful messages, which you may recall included cheering on Hamas with "Glory to the Al-Aqsa Flood," the name that they gave to October 7th, and "Long live the resistance," Hamas's call to repeat it over and over again. Allowing anti-Israel statements on official department websites may be within university free speech guidelines. Still, they make Jewish, Israeli, and Zionist students feel they are not welcome, that the university is a hostile and unsafe place, and that they need to hide their identities. Departments at any university should not be allowed to create and foster an environment that makes any group based on race, religion, or national origin feel unwelcomed or unsafe, while also supporting student groups that do the same. Yet the University of Minnesota, we have numerous departments and student groups they support doing just this. All of these issues and dynamics will not change without concrete, proactive university intervention. Jewish students, faculty, and staff, along with our allies at the JCRC and the broader community, cannot fix these problems alone, and we should not have to. We cannot wait. If we do, I fear Jewish students and many others will no longer choose this fantastic institution for their higher education. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Kaplan? Not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're now going to welcome Professor Richard Painter. Professor Painter is the Ritchie Professor of Corporate Law at the University of Minnesota. Professor Painter, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm thrilled to testify in front of the Minnesota Senate. Every experience I've had testifying before the Minnesota legislature has been a very informative educational experience. I can't always say the same when I testify in Washington, D.C. I thank you for focusing on the problem of anti-Semitism at the University of Minnesota and throughout our country. I want to emphasize at the outset that anti-Semitism is not our only problem. We have a grave problem with Islamophobia in the United States and racism that we must continue to confront all forms of bias, including anti-Semitism. There are parts of this university, small parts of this university, where persons of African descent feel unwelcome, where Muslims may feel unwelcome. But today, our focus is a serious concern about anti-Semitism here and across our country. And I have seen it here at the University of Minnesota. We have to stand up against anti-Semitism. And I want to emphasize that there's a difference between disagreeing with the policies of the government of Israel and anti-Semitism. There are Americans who disagreed with the policies of President George W. Bush in responding to the 9/11 terror attack. I worked for President Bush, and I disagreed with some of those responses to the 9/11 attack. But nobody celebrated Osama bin Laden at the University of Minnesota that I heard of. No one said that the United States was a settler colonial state and should be abolished. Nobody celebrated the terrorism that we were confronting. It was about how to respond to terrorism. That is legitimate debate, and challenging the decisions of the government of Israel is legitimate. But what I have seen here at the University of Minnesota is deeply troubling. It goes well beyond that and is overt anti-Semitism. And I thank President Ettinger for his decisions, particularly with respect to the Holocaust Center and the search for the Holocaust Center director, and for his leadership this year. And I hope that the incoming president of this university can make fighting anti-Semitism on our campus and fighting Islamophobia and racism a top priority. Let's get to the specifics. BDS. What cultural critique did was not a mistake. Please, members of the committee, read the emails. An email was sent to an author who actually was not affiliated with an Israeli university, but they thought he was, rejecting his article, citing BDS. And the names of the editors of the journal were right there in the email. The address, Nicholson Hall. Nicholson Hall, that was just renamed because of anti-Semitism under Dean Nicholson in the 1930s and 40s. And yet the last anti-Semitic attack on the Jewish community at the University of Minnesota took place in May of 2024 at Nicholson Hall, where the journal editors of Cultural Critique specifically told an author that they were going to reject all articles from persons affiliated with an Israeli university and asked him to prove that he was not affiliated with an Israeli university. This was not a mistake. This must be investigated. We must find out what happened, who did it, and why. The apology was insufficient. Minnesota law prohibits any entity contracting with the state of Minnesota from boycotting Israel. That is a Minnesota statute. The statute either applies to the university or it does not. I asked the general counsel of the university whether it applies. I have not received a response. We need the Board of Regents to specifically state that the anti-BDS statute will be complied with by the university, or the Minnesota legislature to add the university to the statute so there is no mistake about it. And no one can do what the editors of Cultural Critique did, which was to abuse their position, to abuse state resources to launch a boycott against Israel in violation of Minnesota law. Now let's talk about the websites. I have every right in my home to have a yard sign for the Democratic Farmer Labor Party or for the Republican Party, and if someone else wants to put a Hamas yard sign in their lawn, go for it. That's your private property. I don't have the right to do that in the office or using a University of Minnesota website to announce my support for terrorism or these statements which excused terrorism. These are statements of Minnesota College of Liberal Arts departments that specifically stated that Israel was to blame. Israel is to blame for the murder of 1,200 Israelis inside Israel and for the hostage taking. I mean, if people want to say that in their individual capacity, in their personal capacity, fine. But not using a website paid for by Minnesota taxpayers that says College of Liberal Arts with a maroon and gold. Those are websites that students visit to get contact information for professors so they can reach their professors, find out what the requirements are to major in a particular subject, such as gender and women's studies or cultural studies, to find out about curriculum and course offerings and departmental events. Those websites are simply not the place for those types of statements. And the university needed to take them down. We asked, I sent emails to the interim dean of the College of Liberal Arts. She didn't even respond. The provost and the president of the university took this seriously, but the websites did not come down. And that's why I and former Regent Michael Sue did file a complaint with the United States Department of Education Civil Rights Division, which has chosen to open investigation. The websites need to come down. The Board of Regents, or once again the legislature, needs to take action to specify what is appropriate and what is inappropriate use of official university communication mechanisms, including those websites. Third, the director search for the Center for Holocaust Studies and Genocide Studies. In past years, there was consultation with the Jewish community, with the broader community. That did not happen. An interim dean of the College of Liberal Arts appointed a committee. They launched a search. Yes, a broad range of people were invited to the job talks if they wanted to come, but there was not consultation with the Jewish community. Simply ask the leaders of the Jewish community here about whether they were consulted. They were not. And the decision should not be one made simply by a college dean. This is a Holocaust Center that engages with the community on one of the most sensitive and tragic events in human history. And the interim dean didn't even bother to talk with the Jewish community in Minneapolis and St. Paul in conducting that search. That is shameful. And I fully support President Ettinger in reversing that decision. That has nothing to do with the appointment of a faculty member to tenured line, which is, as President Ettinger pointed out, a decision for the faculty and the deans. This is a community outreach center. The Jewish community was consulted in the past and should be in the future. I should emphasize also that anti-Semitism has been with us for a long time in human history. Right now, the focus is the state of Israel. And using this tragic year we've had in the Middle East to attack the state of Israel, the people who live there, not just the government, and indeed the existence of the state of Israel, which has been recognized by the United Nations since the late 1940s. And yet we have the continued attack in our academic communities around America on the mere existence of Israel, saying that Jews who return to their country of origin are somehow settler colonials. An absolute lie. But anti-Semitism goes beyond, in our society, beyond the attacks on Israel. I've seen anti-Semitic slurs hurled at political donors, George Soros and others. I don't like big billionaires getting involved in politics, but some of the attacks made on Mr. Soros are anti-Semitic. And I've called out politicians for doing that, and commentators. I've also seen revisionist history become more common. Revisionist history about what happened in World War II. And I'll just give you an example here at this university.
Professor, please go ahead and wrap up your comments.
Yep. Just, I would say that, when people teach about what happened in World War II and the role of collaborators with the Nazi government. We had a recent incident where a band conductor said, well, I really have great admiration for Wilhelm Furtwängler, who was the star conductor of Adolf Hitler, of the Berlin Philharmonic. And another professor disagreed and wanted to talk with Jewish studies faculty members about it over email, and deans and administrators said, oh, no, you shouldn't do that. We need to have open conversation in this campus and academic freedom to talk about anti-Semitism, including revisionist history about what happened in Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you, Professor Painter. Any questions from members of the committee for Professor Painter? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not so much a question, but your testimony did raise a really interesting legal issue to me, and that's whether academic freedom gives professors the right to use university platforms, public platforms, to espouse their own political views. And I think that's something that this legislature maybe ought to take a look at in looking at the Board of Regents' own definition of academic freedom. I would not assume that would give those professors that right to do so. It talks about the classroom and in their research and those sorts of things. So I just wanted to thank you for raising that point.
Thank you.
Professor, can you give us some guidance, perhaps, on how you draw the line, where free speech ends, where academic freedom or faculty speech ends, and prohibited speech or conduct begins?
Well, I'd be here all afternoon trying to take you through all the details.
That's your response is going to be, take my class.
Yes. First, I think it's critically important that the universities not be selective with respect to free speech and the way they approach free speech issues. And this is what some of the private universities ran into trouble with in front of the United States Congress, including the presidents of the University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. That one standard was applied when approaching speech that was deemed offensive to some members of the community, and then a very different standard, a much more lenient standard, was applied to speech that was offensive to Jews. We simply cannot do that. We need the same standards, the same rules for all speech that is deemed offensive to minority groups, whether it be African Americans, Native Americans, or Jews. That being said, there is a challenge of balancing the protection of students, in particular from harassment and discrimination, a legal obligation under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act for this university, and the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, which is also binding on the university. There will always be that tension. There are places where I think we can draw lines quite easily. The websites is a good one. There's no need to have those statements on a University of Minnesota website that says College of Liberal Arts. That the faculty members want to make statements justifying what Hamas did on October 7. They can do so in their individual capacity. They can even do it collectively. They can post it on Twitter and Facebook anywhere they want, but not a CLA website. BDS. If a faculty member does not want to travel to Israel or to any other country, I'm not planning any future trips to Russia, for example, that is a faculty member's prerogative, but is not the prerogative of a faculty member who is editing a journal to say that I will not accept articles from authors affiliated with Israeli institutions, or to say that if I'm organizing a conference using Minnesota taxpayer money and tuition money at the university, I'm organizing a conference and I'm not going to invite professors from Israel because I disagree with the Israeli government. That is an abuse of power. And we can draw lines. And it's time for what we're getting from the university is, well, yeah, maybe we'll think about it, we'll appoint a committee. And that's what I heard was going to happen about the websites. Well, the provost is going to appoint a committee. Committee will study it for a year and hope the problem goes away. That is not the way to fight anti-Semitism. So let's start drawing the lines. I'm happy to work with the regents and adopting policies that draw some of these lines more clearly, and if the regents will not act, I respectfully request that the legislature do just that.
Professor, one of the things that troubled me was the follow-up statement by the Journal of Cultural Critique, which after they were told by the university that they couldn't do that, they said, oh, this was just a mistake. And I found that hard to believe. I don't think it was a mistake. I think they were caught. They were held accountable for it, and they tried to pass it off as just a mistake, when in fact it was fully intentional, and they were shut down. What troubled me about the university's response was that it simply said we're not going to allow restrictions based on academic affiliations or institutions, but didn't say anything about the fact that the only academic affiliation or institutions that were cited, that were singled out by the journal, was the Israeli or purported Israeli affiliation. So it was clearly targeted, not just at a certain category of universities, but at Israeli affiliation. And to me, that was the most troubling. And I thought the university itself could have responded more directly on that point as well. Any thoughts on that?
Well, you are very right, Senator. We have many students here and other academics we work with from China. which is a very oppressive dictatorship. And yet, as an international university, as a university that wants to have a global footprint, it's critically important for us to engage with the people of China, even if we strongly disagree with what their government is doing. And yet Israel is somehow different. Why is Israel different? You know, and I know. It's because Israel is a Jewish country. And there are people in this room who do not believe that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. And the United States cannot back down on defending the right of Israel to exist. That doesn't mean that we agree with the Israeli government. It's a question of, do you have a right to exist? Because when the Jewish people were expelled from Israel, it didn't work so well for them in Europe and many parts of the world. That's why we have Israel. And we need to defend your right to exist, our right to have a country, one country for the Jewish people.
Thank you, Professor.
And that's what this is about.
Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
We're going to invite now Professor Oren Gross to the testifier table, Associate Dean for Academic Affairs and the Irving Younger Professor of Law at the University of Minnesota. Professor Gross, welcome to the Judiciary Committee, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Oren Gross. I'm the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs and the Irving Younger Professor of Law at the University of Minnesota Law School. I was born and raised in Israel, obtained my first law degree at Tel Aviv University and my master's and doctoral degrees at Harvard Law School. I speak before you today in my personal capacity as a law professor, an expert in international law and the laws of war, an academic leader on campus, a Jew, and a believer in Israel's right to exist and to exist in peace. I also believe in Minnesota's moral leadership in the nation and call on you to bring that leadership to bear on the issue we are discussing today. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your attention to this important issue. However, it pains me to be here because this issue and the message I bring are ones I did not expect that we would be discussing in 2024 in the United States, in Minnesota, and regarding the University of Minnesota, which has been my cherished academic home for the past 22 years. My message to you is simple as it is challenging. The University of Minnesota is no longer a safe space for Jewish students due to the rising tide of anti-Semitic acts and expressions on campus by faculty, staff, and students, some of whom are in this room today. Intentional and concentrated work is required to return the university to the welcoming place it had been and to ensure that it lives to its full potential as a place of higher learning where all belong. Let me be clear that while I do not agree with all actions by the university leadership, I appreciate their efforts under difficult circumstances. The litany of horrors perpetrated by Hamas terrorists on October 7th included the execution of hundreds of civilians, mutilation and desecration of dead bodies, gender-based violence including rape of scores of women, torture, burning whole families alive, direct targeting of Israeli medical staff, firing of thousands of rockets on Israeli towns, and kidnapping of hundreds of Israeli civilians. These clear violations of international law marked a day in which more Jews were slaughtered than any other since the Holocaust. 1,200 Israelis butchered are the equivalent of 50,000 Americans killed on September 11th. President Biden aptly called this pure, unadulterated, sheer evil. Mr. Chair, despite the horrors of October 7th, many on American campuses, including our own, chose not to condemn Hamas and its grave breaches of international criminal law and the laws of armed conflict, but rather to support the terrorists. We have seen an exponential rise in anti-Semitic words and deeds, including on our own campus, with reported incidents of anti-Semitism increasing by 700% across the country over the same period last year. Long before October 7, 60% of religious-based hate crimes in the United States were directed at Jews, meaning that there were more anti-Jewish hate crimes than hate crimes against all other religious groups combined. This trend has worsened since October 7. Free speech, academic freedom, and critical exchange of ideas are at the core of a university's mission and must be strongly protected. At the same time, incitement to violence and true threats are not protected speech. On the Twin Cities campus, public messages praised and called for the globalization of the Intifada, which in the past saw the murders of thousands of Israeli civilians. Other placards declared nothing but hate for Israel and Zionism and death to Zionism, and vowed that solidarity means attack and, by any means necessary, appearing under an image of an armed figure. Mr. Chair, you also mentioned the choking, so I won't repeat those. In the aftermath of October 7, there is no mistake about the intention and purpose of those making such statements, nor of the gravity of the message conveyed to the persons on the receiving end. Such incitement to violence and true threats, certainly in the context of the attacks of October 7, cross the line of mere advocacy and even hate speech and are unprotected speech in accordance with Supreme Court case law. The absence of a forceful university official statement on matters that directly impacted its Jewish students' safety is lamentable. A finalist for the position of Associate Dean for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the College of Liberal Arts publicly called into question the rape of Israeli women by Hamas terrorists because it was racist to say that Arab men committed rape. Forget Me Too, ignore We Believe You, those do not apply to Israeli and Jewish women. By all means necessary includes rape and gender-based violence accompanied by rape denialism. The Department of Gender, Women and Sexuality Studies earned the dubious honor of being ranked 5th in the nation in a ranking of most anti-Jewish academic units. The department issued the statement that we already heard about on October 13, which is still on the website, an official website of the University of Minnesota. The statement not only fails to condemn Hamas's terrorism, but goes on to reject, in its words, the unsubstantiated claims of uncivilized violence perpetrated by Hamas. In a statement declaring that Palestine is a feminist issue, not a single condemnation of Hamas's rapes is to be found. Such departmental hostile environment effectively excludes Jewish students from receiving the benefits of educational programs on campus and violates Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, as well as Minnesota's own Human Rights Act. Elsewhere, an assistant dean for DEI sat on stage at commencement draped in keffiyeh. The message to Jewish students, staff, and faculty: inclusion does not apply to you. An offer was made and rescinded, as we heard, for the directorship of the university's Holocaust and Genocide Study Center. I strongly believe in academic freedom and faculty governance and reject canceling and boycotting, but that is not the issue here. A stated aim of the center and its director is to engage in community outreach and work across diverse audiences and disciplines. The process in which the most relevant community, the Jewish community, was not involved, unlike past appointments to this position, defied that aim. Furthermore, merely a few days after October 7, the candidate characterized as reinforcing racist rhetoric the call by President Biden of Hamas's brutal attack as an act of sheer evil. For a leader of the Holocaust and Genocide Center to fail to express moral qualms about Hamas's acts, which were recognized by hundreds of international law experts as amounting to war crimes, crimes against humanity, and possibly genocide, speaks volumes on the ability to engage in the community, work collaboratively, and sustain constructive relationship with the center's stakeholders. We have seen a Tentifada encampment on our campus. The 67% of all students who identified anti-Semitism as a problem in a poll held last month across the nation's top 25 universities, and the 73% of Jewish college students who reported that they had experienced or witnessed anti-Semitism will disagree with those who claim that the encampments posed no threat to Jews on college campuses. The encampment ended after an agreement was entered by the university with the protesters, making the University of Minnesota one of a handful of universities to succumb to the protesters' demands. Now, you may hear today that all of this does not amount to a genuine anti-Semitism. Such an argument is hypocritical and dangerous. First, those making such claims argue at the same time that if a member of an identity group subjectively feels offended or oppressed by the action of another person, then that other person is per se guilty of an act of bigotry, regardless of their intent. They are happy to contend that students ought not to be exposed to what they feel to be offensive speech and ideas. That is, unless the identity group at issue is of Jewish students. Their feelings of pain, exclusion, and fear, leading many to hide outward signs of their Jewish identity, are neither recognized nor protected. Second, minority groups are rightly given priority and frequently exclusivity in calling out speech and acts that target them. BIPOC persons call out racial animus. Women call out misogyny and sexual harassment. LGBTQ+ call out homophobia and transphobia, as we all should. But when it comes to Jews, matters change. The lived experience of Jews is ignored and erased. Looking around this very room, I see many who should have little, if any, say in defining what anti-Semitism is and in telling Jews what their experience with anti-Semitism is. There are some here whose involvement in the conversation is akin to having Donald Sterling, the infamous former owner of the LA Clippers, testify about racism. Third, you would undoubtedly hear the tired argument that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. It is a canard that I call on you to dispense with. The bane of anti-Semitism is in ascribing immutable evil traits to a minority group of people. Since religious, socioeconomic, and racial anti-Semitism is no longer considered respectable in many, although not all circles, anti-Semitism mutated and assumed the veneer of anti-Zionism, which now ascribes immutable evil traits to a small group of people, Zionists, and to one national collective that happens to be the only Jewish state. Classic anti-Semitism declared that equal rights belong to all except the Jews. The new anti-Semitism declares that the right to an independent state is the prerogative of all except the Jewish people. Much like Jews were described as the source of all misery, the Jewish state is now described as the source of all evil in the world. The overwhelming majority of Jews regard Zion, the land of Israel, as part of their Jewish identity and heritage, part of what makes them Jewish, part of their self-definition and of self-determination. Anyone who claims otherwise seeks to aggregate to themselves the power to decide for Jews their own identity. Finally, you will undoubtedly hear that the acts and deeds described could not be anti-Semitic because some of my best friends are Jewish. Namely, there are Jews supporting them. Jews supporting Hamas, much like Jews for Jesus, may be well-meaning, but they are not representative of the broad Jewish sentiment. Using them to Jew-wash the cause ought to be seen for what it is, conferring legitimacy and respectability to the anti-Semites, granting them an immunity charm against substantiated charges of anti-Semitism. Mr. Chair and members, before we see in Minnesota the images seen in New York City's subway with a mob chanting 1930s Nazi Germany style, "Are there Zionists on this train?" and signs declaring Zionists are not humans, we need to act. You have led the way by passing the anti-BDS statute in 2017. I urge you to show the same moral leadership by calling out anti-Semitism and by joining the 34 other states that advanced proclamation adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. Equality, inclusion, and belonging belong to all on our campus. Black lives matter, LGBTQ+ lives matter, Muslim lives matter. It is high time that Jewish lives matter too. No buts, no reservation, no qualifications. Thank you very much. I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Professor. Any questions for Professor Gross from members of the committee? Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I'm sorry, Professor, Associate Dean, okay? What's the cure? What's the solution? There's been anti-Semitism for 1,000 years, and it has been the undercurrent for whenever it isn't at the surface, it's the undercurrent. Minneapolis was known as one of the most anti-Semitic cities in the United States, certainly in the North Country, for years, until there was perhaps some leadership that said this is enough and we have to built a big temple in Minneapolis. There are other times when we've had anti-Semitism and it's been excused. Even after the Second World War, the ship full of Jewish immigrants that was sent to England was turned away. They decided to go to Cuba. It was turned away. They went to Florida. It was turned away. It had to go back to the Middle East, and then it was allowed to unload. Now, we've had lots of incidents like that, and they seem to boil up and then they go down. And I don't know if the going down is a matter of us just forgetting about it or intentionally trying to keep it out of the radar. But I have a feeling that this is boiling up again. And sometimes I don't know if this is actually from the people who are butting heads or if it's an outside influence that is trying to make groups fight each other just because it makes them not fight together. And that's what I'm concerned about. And I'm seeing some things right now that seem to be similar to the 1940s when we actually did have an intent to overthrow democracy by fascist organizations. So, and I think that we're getting very close to that again, and we need to recognize it, just like we sometimes don't recognize our history, like I didn't know what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know, and I blame my history teachers for that. They didn't teach me that happened. They didn't teach me a lot of things that didn't happen. And I didn't know that we had a tremendous effort to overthrow the government in the 1940s. And we had a Department of Justice that did do an investigation on it, and they actually tried to convict 24 of our Congress people who were on the payroll of the German government. And that died, and then we brushed it under the counter, under the table. And I think that that's something that perhaps we should have learned from, and maybe we would recognize it if it's coming up again, which I think it is coming up again. And I guess I'm wondering if there's a dedication here to exposing this history so that we know what really has happened, so we don't do it again. So are you a dedicated history buff so that we can make sure that these things are brought to the surface?
Professor Gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Carlson, for this question. I have to start by saying that you asked me if there was a cure. If I had a cure, I would probably win a Nobel Prize for that. Unfortunately, the disease is millennia long. It just mutates. And what we see now is the most current mutation. But I will give you three quick answers. One is, as an educator, I strongly believe in education. And if I believe that education cannot and kind of should raise its hands up in the air, I would not be in the business of what I'm doing. So education is really important. The second thing is moral spine. And coming out explicitly, expressly, and calling out things to be what they are. Calling anti-Semitism for what it is and not waffling, not playing games, not saying on the one hand, on the other hand, but rather learning, as you said, from history. And this goes to the third point. I have done a lot of work on the role played by legal academia in the rise and maintenance of the Third Reich. Partly it's because my maternal grandfather was the last Jew to receive a doctorate in law in Germany before the war, and so that was a very personal matter to me. And one of the things, and Senator Carlson, you precisely hit this on the head, the Nazis were not a majority in Germany when they were elected. What they had is the silent majority that supported them. And if we stay silent, if we do not call a spade, then it's at our own peril, right? And what we'll see is not just the subway in New York, but then Adas Torah in LA with incidents of looking for the Jews to beat them up. This is coming up. And we still have this, I strongly believe, in the US message, the city on the hill, and Minnesota's message within the union to show moral leadership. And I think that this event that we're engaging today is a good start in that direction.
Thank you, Professor, for your
you.
testimony today. We are going to, just a little preview here, we're going to invite some students to testify. Zach Fisher from Jewish Voices for Peace is also University of Minnesota 2024 law school graduate. So if he's in the room, he can come on forward. He's going to be part of a 10-minute segment with two other Jewish students who are virtual or online, Brandon Wagenfeld and Imogen Page. This is a 10 minutes for all three. We're giving 3 minutes and 20 seconds or so to each one. Mr. Fisher, welcome to the Senate Judiciary Committee. We welcome your testimony. Go ahead and make your presentation, please.
Thank you, Senate. Thank you, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is Zach Fisher. I am a recent alumni of the University of Minnesota. I recently just graduated from the University of Minnesota Law School this last May, and I'm currently studying for the bar exam, hoping to pass, obviously, this upcoming July and become a licensed attorney in the next several months. I also, as stated, am a member of Jewish Voices for Peace here, which, as they define themselves, as an anti-Zionist organization dedicated to the abolition of the apartheid state of Israel. And when I say that, after listening to a lot of what's been said today, as someone who is Jewish, who has been on the university for 7 years, started in 2017, from 2017 through 2024, I was struggling to hold back my words, frankly, while I was sitting in the audience. I'm probably not going to be able to finish what I wanted to say, and frankly, I'm kind of just divvying off what I had initially intended to say, but the idea that the protesters on college campuses, whether it be Students for Justice for Palestine or Students for Climate Justice or other student groups that I know personally, members that I have met, people that I have met personally and had conversations with personally, that they hate me because I am Jewish, it's fundamentally the most ridiculous statement I've heard in a long time, respectfully. And the fact that a previous comment alluded to the fact that Jewish people who will be, quote unquote, pro-Hamas are Jew washing. There is so much wrong with that sentence, I don't know where to begin. The idea that anyone is, quote unquote, pro-terrorism or pro-Hamas is fundamentally, respectfully, insane. I don't know any person, I have not met a single person in my life yet, going to several protests since October 7th, that has said what Hamas militants did on October the 7th to the civilians in Israel was good. There is no positive statements I have heard about that massacre, because it was that. There is no one denying that. The conflation here, and the frustrating thing for me and for many other anti-Zionist Jews, members of Jewish Voices for Peace, is that the conflation with the attack on civilians with the Palestinians' internationally determined by law right to self-resistance under international law. International law is clear on this matter. Palestinians have a right to self-determination, and they have a right to resist in an apartheid regime. Just because certain people may disagree with that definition does not mean that people who do agree with that definition, including the Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, several Israeli scholars, the former head of Shin Bet, which is the Israeli Interior Security Organization, all say that Israel's military occupation in Gaza only leads to more harm for Jewish people, not less. And the idea that when people say that they want to, quote unquote, abolish the Zionist state of Israel, again, Zionism is not Semitism. It is not Judaism. No matter how many times people are going to say that today, it's not something I believe, and I'm not going to be forced to believe that simply because someone else believes it. I'm allowed to believe what I believe. And I believe that as a Jewish person who is dedicated to peace throughout the world, for Israelis and Palestinians alike, that the only way forward is not the continuation of the military occupation, which began long before October the 7th, but rather a genuine work towards peace that will foster whether it be a two-state solution with a genuine barrier between Palestine and Israel, or really a one-state solution which incorporates the Palestinians in their native homeland with Jewish people in their native homeland alike. That is fundamentally what anti-Zionist Jews like myself are advocating for. They're not advocating to expel Jewish people from the land of Israel. That's quite the opposite, actually. That's exactly what we are opposed to in terms of how the Palestinians were expelled from their land in 1948, as many call the Nakba.
Mr. Fisher, please go ahead and wrap up your testimony.
I understand here that this is a very divisive topic, and I appreciate giving the opportunity to speak here, knowing that my statements are probably not going to be appreciated by a lot of people. But I really would like members of this committee, members of this legislature, to fundamentally reconsider the idea that protesters who, it's not just that they're friends with these people. They have known Jewish friends, family members, their entire life. They are there. I am there. My opinion matters on this, and it is not Jew washing to say that I disagree with the actions of the state of Israel, and because of that, I do not want it to continue in its current state and form. I do not want Israelis to be punished for any actions. I just want peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Brandon Wagenfeld.
Hi, thank you for having me speak today. I'm coming from a similar perspective as the previous speaker. I'm a anti-Zionist Jew who was at the protest, at the encampment. Can you hear me? Okay. I spent about 24 plus hours participating, and during that time, I didn't experience any acts of anti-Semitism. Now, I will acknowledge, having grown up Jewish, being around a bunch of Jewish people, that not everyone's experience is the same, and I'm sure there are certain slogans and chants that made some people feel uncomfortable, but that was not my experience, and I feel as though my voice hasn't been particularly, I feel like there's been an effort to suppress people like me, to act as though all Jewish students believe the same thing. All Jewish students are opposed to the protests, and all the protesters are opposed to the Jewish students. And I think that does a huge disservice to Jewish people and to Israeli people. It's not as though all Israeli people are in agreement with what the Israeli government's doing right now. One of them in particular, Roz Siegel, the person who was denied a position at the University of Minnesota for his opinions. So I would encourage the university, and I would encourage those in the Minnesota Senate to keep an open mind about the fact that there are Jews with varying different perspectives on the issue, and that one's Judaism isn't dependent upon denying things that the Israeli government is doing. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Wagenfeld. Appreciate your participation here today and your testimony. We will also hear from Imogen Page, also a Jewish student or an alum now of the University of Minnesota, who is also joining us virtually.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair and members, my name is Imogen Page. I'm Jewish, and I'm a recent graduate from the University of Minnesota of the School of Social Work. I also attended the U of M as an undergraduate, so I've spent 6 years on campus in total. As an undergrad, I studied the U of M's long history of student protests, and I learned about genocide and ethno-nationalism from professors whose names were on blacklists because they had spoken out about Israel's war crimes. I'm concerned that hearings like these endanger those professors' academic freedom and students' constitutional right to protest, including mine as a Jew. Minnesotans need our representatives to fully fund schools, hospitals, and public services and address, not suppress, academic freedom and political speech issues. During my 6 years as a University of Minnesota student, as a Jewish student, I saw the university's Hillel, Chabad, and the JCRC trying to smear student solidarity with Palestine as anti-Semitic, trying to smear students wearing keffiyehs and calling for a free Palestine anti-Semitic. Their efforts have failed. This year, 75% of the university's student body voted in favor of divestment from Israel and from weapons manufacturers. And when the university did not move to divest, we gathered in protest. As a graduate social work student, I studied the treatment of trauma while my tuition dollars were invested in Israel and in weapons manufacturers. So I felt a moral obligation as a Jew to join the call for divestment at the U from Israeli companies and weapons manufacturers, which continue to kill and maim entire families in Palestine. As a Jew, I was also really proud to join the student encampment on the U's campus this spring, calling for divestment from Israeli apartheid and genocide. I was one of many, many Jewish students, many anti-Zionist Jewish students, standing in support of the Palestinian people's right to life and freedom. And in fact, across the country, these student protests were disproportionately Jewish. Not once did I experience anti-Semitism from my fellow protesters. On the contrary, student organizers welcomed me. They made sure my dietary needs were met. And I and other Jewish students celebrated Passover with a Seder at the U's encampment. It is absolutely outrageous to conflate protest and criticism of the Israeli government with anti-Semitism. And it is completely ridiculous to claim that Jews who support the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and freedom are, quote, Jew washing. It's absurd. The only threat to my safety on campus as a Jewish student has come from white nationalist right-wing organizations that have been allowed to proliferate for years, and from the police, who showed up in riot gear multiple times at the encampment, arrested 9 of my peers, and regularly threatened violent sweeps of the camp. Some of those police officers were likely trained, by the way, in crowd control and surveillance tactics by Israeli security forces, and I'd encourage you to look up the deadly exchange. The threat to my safety on campus as a Jewish student came directly from opponents of free speech and criticism of a foreign government, not from other students protesting the genocide in Gaza. And that's what it is. It's a genocide. We are fully within our rights to take to the streets and to our campuses and to demand that our leadership at the university and at the state level stop spending our tuition dollars and tax dollars in support of a genocide. I hope that this committee will direct its attention to protecting Minnesotans' freedom of speech and academic freedoms, and to combating the white Christian nationalist violence that put Jews like me and my neighbors at risk. And I hope that you will stop wasting taxpayer time and resources on smearing students who are simply advocating for the freedom of their families as anti-Semites. It puts Jews in danger, it cheapens the very real issue of anti-Semitism in this country, and it does nothing to protect Jewish students on campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page, for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee for any of the 3 student testifiers? I do have a question as I'm trying to sort some of this out. Mr. Fisher, I guess you made the comment that you were opposing the Israeli military occupation of Gaza. And what I'm trying to understand is what you mean by that, because my understanding is the Israeli military, in fact, the Israeli government prior to October 7th, had not been occupying Gaza for 18 years. They completely withdrew all Israeli forces and governance from the territory of Gaza. I think it was 2015. 2005 or 2006. So what did you mean when you said that you need to end the Israeli occupation of Gaza?
I meant what I said, and the reason why I said what I said was that it is an occupation. Periodically leaving the actual land in Gaza does not prevent Israel from bombing Gaza. We've seen that. We see that every day. We see that before October the 7th. We see people in the West Bank being killed daily. The West Bank isn't Gaza. Hamas isn't in the West Bank. Yet, the day before October the 7th, several Palestinians were killed in the West Bank. And yes, that's not Gaza, obviously. That is not a military occupation in Gaza. That is separate. However, Palestinians can't go anywhere. They have no borders that they can actually freely move through. There are checkpoints where you have to have Israeli citizenship to move through, and if you have Palestinian citizenship, you will be denied exit or entry. They cannot leave by land, or they cannot exit the border by sea. There's an Israeli blockade blocking any ships from any ships leaving the Mediterranean part of the border of Gaza. So yes, I do mean it is a military occupation, and I am not by far the only person to say that or believe that.
So I'm going to attack a little bit differently to try to clarify, if I may, what you're, when you were part of the protests and the chants in the protests said from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. What did that mean geographically?
It means that Palestinians will be free to move throughout the land from the river to the sea. It does not mean that Israelis will not also be able to do so. That's, again, a gross conflation between anti-Semitism and genuine hatred towards the people of Israel versus the wanting of the end of the apartheid regime of Israel over the land of Gaza and the West Bank and the Palestinians.
Okay.
No one is advocating for the Israelis to leave.
So apart from the separate discussion about whether or not Israel's an apartheid state, which I don't think is really our topic here today, are you suggesting that there should be free and open borders for all from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean, including those who are explicit militarized members of Hamas, to freely enter the state of Israel?
I think you know the answer to that, and it's obviously no. I am not suggesting that Hamas militants should be able to freely move throughout the border and attack Israeli civilians, as you are implying that I am suggesting.
No, that's why I'm asking the question. I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm trying to ask.
I respectfully disagree. I believe that the implication of the premise of that question was that I would support military action because of a border, because I believe that Palestinians have the right to self-determination and the right to live in the land. I do not support violence. I do not support the actions on October the 7th. No, again, none of us here do. None of us here have advocated for the support of October the 7th, of October the 7th attacks. The actions of the Israeli state are separate from that. They occurred before October the 7th, and they have continued long after October the 7th. That is what we believe, and by we, I mean members of the anti-Zionist group of Jewish Voices for Peace. I'm not the only one here who says it, and I'm not the only one in Minnesota, much less the United States, who believes this.
So what I'm trying to understand is if we bring it back to the university, the protests and the comments on campus that quite explicitly did call for the end of the state of Israel.
The apartheid state of Israel.
Well, the state of Israel, let me ask it differently. Was the message of Jewish Voices for Peace either alone on campus or as part of the protests on campus, do they acknowledge the right of the state of Israel to exist as an independent political nation state?
Depends what you define as an independent political nation state. Do I believe that there is a right to an ethno-religious nation state? No. I don't believe any group of people has a right to create an ethno-religious nation state where the in-group has rights over the out-group, which is apartheid. I'm not advocating, again, no one is advocating, and it's so frustrating that I have to continue to repeat this. Israelis do not need to leave. No one says that. There are obviously, you can find a post somewhere from some person who, frankly, obviously, I don't even know any of these people, that I have never personally experienced or met any of these people that have said such things as Hamas did fantastic things on October the 7th, or any of other horrible statements, obviously. Yet, time and time again, those statements are picked out of the vast array of protesters who are advocating for an end to death. That's it. Across the board. No one wanted anyone to die on October the 7th. No one wanted anyone to die before or after. That's all that we're advocating for.
With all due respect, I'm having trouble believing that there was not a fenced border when Israel left Gaza in 2005. They put up the fenced border because of cross-border incursions from the residents of Gaza, at least the militants, going in and blowing up restaurants and buses in Israel proper. There used to be 850,000 Jews spread out through many of the Arab world countries. They were all expelled, forcibly expelled from those countries, and they went to Israel. And now the call is to not allow the Jews to have the right to self-determination in their own nation state. So I'm having trouble following what you're saying, even bringing it back to the University of Minnesota and the explicit calls at the protests and the signs and the posters and the use of the term Thawabit as a part of the explicit demands of the protesters on campus, which explicitly calls for the extermination of the Jews and the elimination of the State of Israel. So I'm having a hard time understanding how you're saying no one is calling for that, when that's exactly what we saw, and when the Hamas leadership calls for the repeat of October 7th over and over again. So what I understand you're saying is Jewish Voices for Peace does not subscribe to those statements. Am I understanding you correctly on that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I, again, would like to add, it's extremely frustrating that I'm even being asked this question. I don't know how many times I've made my point relatively clear. I do not want violence to occur to anyone. I am opposed to forms of bigotry against myself as a Jewish person, against any other person for their religious beliefs or for their ethnic or for their ethnic identity. It has nothing to do with being Jewish. Israel is not, people's connections to the state of Israel does not mean that every Jewish person has a connection to the state of Israel or agrees with the actions of the state of Israel. That's all we're here for. That's all we're talking about.
We can probably all agree that we do want peace. Yeah. I'll ask if either of the other students, Mr. Wagenfeld or Mix Page, wish to respond to the questions I posed to Mr. Fisher, and then we'll see if any other members of the committee have a question.
Hi, yeah.
Mr. Wagenfeld.
Thank you. I agree with basically everything that was said by the previous person. I want to respond more to the question about the occupation, whether there was an occupation prior to October 7th. And also your statement about the border fence. Just to clarify, I believe you said that it was constructed after the Israeli withdrawal in 2005, and my understanding is that that's incorrect, that fence was constructed during the 1990s. As for term occupation, the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip were prevented from leaving without permits. That seems to suggest an immense amount of control that the Israeli state had over the Gaza Strip. If you're not able to leave or enter a place without a permit, you don't really have control over that place. It's why it's been compared to an open-air prison or an open-air concentration camp or an open-air ghetto, whatever you want to call it. There was a naval blockade. Israel had complete control over the airspace of the Gaza Strip. You couldn't enter or leave without permission from the Israeli military. There was an occupation, even if it wasn't in the form of Israeli boots on the ground within the Gaza Strip.
Thank you, Mr. Wagenfeld. Mix Page, final thoughts on that, and then I think Senator Carlson has a question.
Yes, I'd like to emphasize that, we're here ostensibly to talk about the experiences of Jewish students at the University of Minnesota.
That's correct.
We are 3 Jewish students, and we are telling you that, our experiences on campus during these protests and before have been not the way that they are being characterized by the members of this committee. We have not experienced anti-Semitism from pro-Palestine organizers, and in fact, this committee is trying to separate Jewish students and pro-Palestine students as though some of us, many of us, are not both. There are many, many Jewish students across this country who are anti-Zionist, who stand for Palestine, and who stand for academic freedom, which I'm not sure this committee truly does. I also want to emphasize that from the river to the sea is a call for freedom and equality from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. And to characterize it as anything else, and particularly as a call for ethnic cleansing, is deeply disingenuous. Scholars agree on this, and it's a red herring. Thank you.
Senator Carlson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a question for any of those that would like to answer it, especially Mr. Fisher. But sometimes you're known by the company you keep. And I'm wondering now, Hamas is not a generator of funds. Neither is Palestine. The armament, the backing is coming from Iran, as far as I know. And Iran has anti-American and anti-Israel thoughts. And so are you detecting that maybe this conflict is more between Israel and Iran than it is Hamas or Palestine and Israel? Is this something that where we need to dig deeper to find out just where this particular conflict is rising from?
I think I would say respectfully,
Mr. Fisher.
I've been told time and time again that the purpose of this, I'll answer it in two parts. First is that I'm continuously being told time and time again that the purpose of this hearing is to discuss the Jewish experiences of Jewish students on campus, and time again I'm finding myself boggled down in various debates on serious international relation issues that are well beyond, obviously, my expertise and understanding, and respectfully, most people in this room, obviously.
It's fair enough, Mr. Fisher, and I let it broaden, and I probably shouldn't have a bit, as I had indicated to Fred.
So I guess to briefly, though, still answer your question, I do think yes, it's a broader conflict. It's not simply, Hamas is not, I do not believe personally that Hamas is a self-funded, self-maintained military organization. I do believe that from whether it be Qatar or Iran, that there is some forms of funding coming from separate governments. However, again, this is well beyond the point of the discussion here today. The point of the discussion here is, no one here is saying, woo woo, go Iran. Like, no, most of us were in solidarity with the protesters when there were massive protests in Iran after the brutal murder of an Iranian woman that I can't think of the name off on top of my head right now. We were all there too. This is not something, again, I think this is getting boggled down in really, in just, not tedious, obviously, but this is not the point of the discussion. The point of the discussion is that student protesters have a right to advocate their perspectives and their beliefs on this matter, and clearly there are disagreements on this thing, but punishing these protesters is frankly wrong. It is.
So, Mr. Fisher, I think what we're going to do, part of the issue here, I think, is your original comments strayed beyond the Jewish experience on campus and started characterizing conditions in the Middle East independently. And so I personally felt that those assertions could not go at least unresponded to. But I do not wish for the committee to go too far down that path. I guess we want to focus back in on the campus experience. And I'll agree with you, there's a right to protest. The question is when that crosses a line into hate speech, when some of the protesters in a group are calling for the destruction of others on campus, or making statements that would have that effect, then the question is that just protest? Is that just free speech? Or does that cross over into calls for violence? And what was experienced on campus is where I'm trying to focus, rather than the truth or falsity necessarily of what's going on in the Middle East right now. Senator Lemmer, you had a question as well? And then we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is directed to Ms. Page. Ms. Page, did I hear you correctly saying that there was no anti-Jewish sentiment on the University of Minnesota campus?
Next page.
Thank you. My experience as a Jewish student who took part in the pro-Palestine encampments this spring was that I didn't experience any anti-Semitism, and that, in fact, everyone who I was protesting shoulder to shoulder with was deeply supportive, deeply appreciative, and actually checked in on me, asked if I needed kosher food, kosher papaset food. The anti-Semitism I have experienced on campus in the 6 years that I have spent there has consistently come from white nationalist right-wing organizing, and frankly, from Christian Zionists and from people who characterize Jews as a monolith and who characterize Zionism as the teleological and only Jewish safety. I find that to be deeply anti-Semitic, and I find Christian Zionism, which for the record means that the Jewish people need to all be in Israel so that the rapture can happen, additionally deeply anti-Semitic. That's the anti-Semitism that I experienced as a student at the U of M.
Mr. Chair.
Senator
and
Limmer.
Ms. Page, I've been reviewing a number of images, photographic images that were taken at the University of Minnesota, chalk statements on sidewalks, posters, a variety of comments that are typified by statements that say nothing but hate for Israel, nothing but love for Palestine, and liberation. That comment of the phrase from the river to the sea doesn't seem to have a definition other than the fact that it's a geographic representation of the state of Israel, and that it will be free with the idea that it'll be in the hands of Palestinians and not Jews. The comments that I see here repeated over and over, free, free Palestine, death to America, posters that make reference victory to the resistance, depicting a young woman, a Palestinian woman, with a hijab and an AK-47 in her hands. I would tend to think if I was a Jewish student on the University of Minnesota campus, I would believe that that's targeted at me. Not just Zionism, but at any Jewish student on the University of Minnesota. And quite honestly, Mr. Fisher, I can appreciate the sentiment of wanting peace. We all would want that. But quite honestly, having a nation attacked as it was on October 7th, I'm somewhat surprised that there isn't an outrage over such an attack from you.
If I may.
And so, Mr. Fisher, do you actually condemn the October 7th attack?
Mr. Fisher.
I don't know how many times I think I'm going to say it. What is this? Am I going on 4 now?
Mr. Fisher, you can answer the question, but please do so respectfully.
I apologize, Senator. It's just I have answered this question several times, and I've made my statements very clear. And it's very clear that the purpose of this hearing is not to discuss whether or not there is genuine anti-Semitism on the University of Minnesota school campus. It's to push a perspective on what is anti-Semitism and what is not anti-Semitism. This committee does not get to define what anti-Semitism is.
Nor do you, Mr. Fisher, and we're going to
said I did.
conclude this segment of the testimony on that point.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Limmer,
just one
final words.
conclusion. The reason I asked the questions that I did is that I really want to get focused back on the University of Minnesota.
Thank you.
And how they handled the policies in light of a campus that was greatly influenced by a protest organization. I'm somewhat surprised, even though I can respect freedom of speech. This might be freedom of hate speech that was allowed on the university campus. We have laws in Minnesota regarding that. And quite honestly, I'm rather surprised at the reaction by the University of Minnesota. We, as policymakers in the state, fund the University of Minnesota. We consider it, and we are told that it is the preeminent, stellar educational institution in our state, and yet at the same time, such a passive response to the images and to the themes that have been developed and have been photographed at the University of Minnesota is quite appalling. There is limits to freedom of speech. As the chairman has once said, there's no absolute freedom of speech. There are limitations. But when it incites and is incendiary, it endangers individuals. And when it's focused on a particular national identity of a people, then it becomes very dangerous. And we have certainly seen it in other examples in the 20th century and before, where Jews have been targeted. And I would hope that the policymakers at the University of Minnesota will pay close attention to those historical references, that once this starts to creep back into the social context, that it becomes extremely dangerous. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, members, that concludes this section of the testimony. In just a moment, we're going to take a 5-minute break, so members of the committee can stretch their legs for a few minutes. When we return, we're going to hear from Beth Gendler from Jewish Community Action for a 10-minute presentation, and then we'll hear from 3 members of the Minnesota BDS movement for a combined 10-minute presentation. We are in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
We are going to go ahead and reconvene, members. We'll invite Beth Gendler from Jewish Community Action to come forward. Ms. Gendler will have 10 minutes to testify. Ms. Gendler, welcome to the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, Chair Latz. Thank you, members of the committee. It's good to be back. My name is Beth Gendler. I'm a University of Minnesota graduate, College of Education and Human Development, and my Master's of Education. I'm also the parent of an alum and a parent of a current grad student in sports management. So if anyone has any jobs, let me know. But today I'm testifying on behalf of Jewish Community Action as its executive director. JCA organizes Minnesota's Jewish community for economic, racial, and social justice. And we do our organizing in solidarity with other marginalized communities in Minnesota through state and local coalitions, interfaith initiatives, and local neighborhood groups. These relationships drive our investment in and our accountability to each other. We honor our Jewish history and our ancestors, we commit to our shared future, and we activate our community to make real social change. We like to say that we organize with chutzpah. And for those of you who aren't Jewish, chutzpah is a Jewish word that means boldness with a touch of audacity. JCA organizes locally. All of our organizing work is local. We organize for housing justice. We organize at the intersection of the immigration and criminal justice systems. And we also lead Minnesota's Communities Combating Hate Coalition, where we were proud to work with members of this committee and others on updates to hate crime legislation that's made all of us safer here in Minnesota. And thank you for your important work on that. But another part of our Combating Hate campaign involves teaching about anti-Semitism using a historical and solidarity-based framework, which we have shared with hundreds of Minnesotans at their synagogues, churches, schools, community groups, and workplaces. The core message of our Combating Hate campaign is that we are safer when we build more bridges, not when we build higher walls. Especially in these moments when many Jews and Muslims and other marginalized community members feel less safe, we know that we have to build stronger bridges in solidarity with other marginalized groups so that together we can create an inclusive, equitable, multiracial Minnesota where all people are free to live, love, and thrive. We know that when we are less safe, when Jews are less safe, all of us are less safe, and our safety depends on solidarity. And I'm speaking today because I'm concerned that this conversation and other recent conversations about anti-Semitism have become divisive and polarizing, which ultimately makes all of us less safe. This is an ongoing issue, but the recent events at the University of Minnesota have inflamed passions on all sides. While JCA doesn't have an education portfolio, the work that we do on community safety, combating hate, religious freedom, and promoting an inclusive democracy make it necessary for us to speak today. It's also important to remind you that the Minnesota Jewish community, like every marginalized community, is diverse in many ways, including ideologically. JCA members, I think, mirror the folks in the room today. We hold a broad range of perspectives, and we reject the claim that one discrete part of the Minnesota Jewish community can speak for all of us, including and especially when it calls for actions that have the potential to damage the credibility and mission of important democratic institutions, like the University of Minnesota. I don't want my testimony to be interpreted as speaking in opposition to any other Jewish organization or in support of acts of violence that have taken place. I categorically am not. While no organization, including JCA, can claim to speak for all Jews, I think it is safe to say that we share a deep belief that Jews should not be dehumanized, harassed, discriminated against, or face violence because we are Jews. But I am deeply troubled by assertions that one organization is the consensus voice of the community. I would encourage suspicion when any part of any one group claims to speak for the whole. So my ask to you, as we move forward today and into the future, is to include a much more diverse perspective of Minnesota voices in this conversation. Please do not accept the false assertion that there is consensus within the Jewish community on these complicated topics. We ask you to seek out perspectives that represent the broad diversity of the Jewish community, but also, and perhaps even more importantly, to also consult the voices of multi-faith, multiracial constituencies outside of the Jewish community who have been impacted by genocide, who have been impacted by hate and bias, and who have an equal stake in our shared goal of promoting a multi-faith, multiracial, and democratic Minnesota. To clarify, this is not only a Jewish issue. The university, the issues that are taking place on the University of Minnesota campus is not only a Jewish issue. And to characterize it in that way, to exceptionalize my community, our Jewish community in that way, actually makes us all less safe. Thank you.
Ms. Gendler, I'm having trouble following how explicitly calls for victory to the Al-Aqsa flood and globalize the Intifada, all of which target Israel, is not an explicitly Jewish issue. Help me understand that. You were just saying what's happening at the University of Minnesota was not a Jewish issue, but the protests were aimed at Israel. The slogans that were chanted were explicitly anti-Jewish, anti-Israel, and calling for the destruction of the state of Israel in many ways. How is that not anti-Jewish or
So
anti-Israel?
I want to reiterate that I am speaking for Jewish Community Action today, and we don't take a position on Israel or on foreign affairs, which is why I thought it was appropriate that I speak at the hearing today, as the stated focus is local and is the at the University of Minnesota. And I think just to reiterate what we've heard earlier before my testimony is a real diversity of perspective on that. And I guess I reject the conflation of Judaism and Zionism. And I think there is, again, a great diversity of opinion within and outside the Jewish community on whether and how those two things are conflated. And I will actually leave it to others who are better equipped and whose organizations are better equipped to answer those specific questions about whether or not they are connected.
Well, Ms. Gendler, you're making the assertion here, and as it links to the University of Minnesota and the protests that have been going on since October 7th. There was a recent poll of American Jews in which 85% of American Jews responded yes to the statement, Israel has no right to exist, an anti-Semitic statement. So clearly the vast majority of Jews believe that questioning Israel's right to exist, which is Zionism at its fundamental definition, questioning that is anti-Semitic, according to the vast majority of the Jewish population. So I'm not understanding how you come here and say we're not taking a position on this, but we are taking a position that Judaism and Zionism are not necessarily the same.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. Interestingly, we just had a conversation this morning with authors of a new book called Safety and Solidarity and local, and about a dozen Minnesota rabbis. And somebody asked that question, what is Zionism exactly? And what we decided in community this morning is that it's really hard to define, right? And that I don't think that there is actually a definition of Zionism or anti-Zionism that we can all agree on. Definitions are problematic when they are incorporated into policy. So I did struggle with whether it was appropriate for JCA to give testimony today. Decided that it actually is, because of the work that we do in Solidarity and because of how important it is for our work in combating hate that we talk about our Solidarity analysis and how that is truly what keeps us safe. So I wish I had a more satisfying answer for you. I don't think I'm going to be able to give you one, because as an organization, I am not prepared to offer a definitive definition of what is or isn't Zionism, or anti-Zionism, or how that interplays here.
Well, there seems to be a Jewish community consensus anyway that Zionism and anti-Semitism, or challenging Zionism, is anti-Semitic. Maybe JCA doesn't take a position or doesn't subscribe to that, but that seems to be the general position. But I guess let me ask you more fundamentally, does JCA believe that Israel as a Jewish nation state has a right to exist and to self-determination?
Thanks for asking the question. That's not an issue that we organize around, and none of us are foreign policy experts. We have never taken a position or made a statement about any foreign entity. So I'm not going to answer that question, but I do want to challenge the assertion that there is a consensus among American Jews and Minnesota Jews in particular that anti-Zionism is equivalent to anti-Semitism. And I think we've heard that today. I don't think that there is a consensus on that question.
So do you believe that the calls for the extermination of the state of Israel that were present at the protests on the University of Minnesota campus, were they anti-Semitic?
I don't have a comment about the content of the speech. I have feelings, and I think our organization supports speech, as long as it is not violent against an individual or a person. So again, I'm not able to answer that from an organizational perspective.
So speech calling for violence against a group of people is okay, but speech calling for violence against an individual is not?
Speech calling for violence is never okay.
So let's bring us back to the University of Minnesota. I mean, we put out a request for people who wish to testify. You signed up, you reached out to us with a request to testify. We had campus protests with explicit calls for intifada, for the destruction of the state of Israel, for violence against Jews and the state of Israel, for a repeat of the October 7 massacres. Is that acceptable from JCA's standpoint? Or does JCA not take a position on whether that's acceptable?
We don't take a position on the content of the speech.
How about people who destroy posters that say "Free the hostages"? Does JCA take a position on those, as we saw happening on campus?
I think that, I mean, it's an interesting question, and it's a challenging time for Jewish organizations, especially ones who organize locally. I personally, and I think most folks associated with our organization, would think that anyone destroying anyone else's posters and taking things down is problematic, because we support free speech. So,
Okay, I'm talking specifically
Yeah.
about posters that call to free the hostages, not posters that say there's a concert at Bunkers tonight.
right.
Okay, does JCA feel that it is appropriate or inappropriate to tear down posters that say "Free the hostages"?
JCA doesn't have a position.
Does JCA have a position on whether it was appropriate to shoot out the windows of Hillel?
Absolutely. We
What's your position?
thoroughly condemn that act of violence.
And for the other organizations that were holding up the posters that supported the Al-Aqsa flood and its globalization of the Intifada and Thawabit and the demands of the protesters at the encampment, does JCA believe that it's important to build bridges with those organizations, to stand in some sort of solidarity with those organizations whose fundamental premises are to challenge the existence of the state of Israel or to call for its extermination?
So again, thank you, Mr. Chair. We organize on local issues only. So we build bridges that help us get local policy wins.
Well, this is a local issue now. It happened at the University of Minnesota campus. So what is JCA's position on this local issue?
The local issue, I mean, JCA's position is that folks have a right to free speech. In terms of JCA's work, again, we don't have an education portfolio. We build bridges and we work in solidarity with sibling organizations that work on housing justice, immigration reform, criminal justice reform, and combating hate.
And that call for the destruction of Israel?
I don't understand how that question relates to our local organizing work.
It relates to the purpose of this hearing, which is to explore the expressions of anti-Semitism on the University of Minnesota campus. You chose to come here to testify in this hearing on that topic. And yet you're saying you're not taking a position that it's wrong for organizations to call for the destruction of the state of Israel or the extermination of the Jewish people there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think that we're going to come to consensus around definitions of anti-Semitism, of Zionism, or of anti-Zionism. We support constitutional rights and the constitutional right to speech, even if we might disagree as individuals.
So it's not anti-Semitic to call for the extermination of the Jews who live in the land of Israel?
Of course it is. It's anti-Semitic to call for the extermination of humans.
All humans are just Jewish humans.
It is anti-Semitic to call for the destruction of all humans. Of course. We value human life. It's an important Jewish value.
And if there are those who call for the destruction explicitly of the Jewish people, but don't call for the destruction of Christian people or Muslim people or Hindu people or others, are those people anti-Semitic?
If they're calling for the destruction of Jewish people?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And are you here standing in solidarity with organizations on campus that made those calls for the destruction of the Jewish people explicit in their campus protests? Or are you just standing in solidarity with their right to call for the destruction of Jewish people?
Thank you for the question. I can't claim on behalf of myself as an individual or on behalf of Jewish Community Action any information as to the content of the speech that was happening on campus. I wasn't there.
We've got pictures of it. We can show you as if you were there seeing it with your own eyes.
Yeah,
Senator
appreciate
Limmer
that.
has it. We've got it posted on the materials for this hearing today. It's been all over the news. It's been spray painted on the bridge across University Avenue or Washington Avenue outside of Kaufman Memorial Union. So we know what's been said.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that we, again, there isn't consensus on definitions, on whether certain slogans or speech or the things that people say are intended to call for the death and destruction of people. I will repeat that although JCA doesn't take a position on international affairs, we do take a position on constitutional rights. So yes, I will stand in support of anyone's right to say what they need to say, and I will stand wholeheartedly against anyone who calls for the death or destruction of the Jewish people or of any people.
So the organizations that called for death to Zionists, were they anti-Semitic or were they just anti-Israel? Because you seem to be drawing a distinction.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Anybody calling for anyone's death is deeply problematic.
Is it anti-Semitic if their target death audience is Zionists?
That's an excellent question.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, thanks. There are plenty, thank you for the question. There are plenty of Jews who identify as anti-Zionists. I I think that we can agree that that is hateful speech, calling for anyone's death. Does it make them anti-Semitic? You know what? They probably are as individual humans, but I don't know. I don't know them. But I don't think that this is a super helpful line of questioning, with all respect. If there's a purpose to the questioning that can help us get to some sort of solution or way to move forward, I'm all here for that. I'm hoping that I can be helpful here.
So am I. Does JCA condemn the organizations that supported the rape and murder of innocent Israeli Jews when they supported that in campus protests at the University of Minnesota?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. JCA doesn't take a position on foreign affairs.
So you don't take a position on organizations that supported the rape and murder of Jews in Israel on October 7th?
An organizational position on
Yes.
organizations that, I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
I'm sorry, Ms. Gendler. It seems to me you're dehumanizing the Jews that were raped and murdered in Israel on October 7th. If you can't even come here and say that you condemn organizations that supported that and explicitly called for that on the University of Minnesota campus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully find that deeply offensive as a Jew and as a daughter of a Holocaust survivor, with many family members in Israel who have been personally impacted by the horrific events of October 7th.
Does JCA at least condemn those events?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
Any members of the committee have follow-up questions for Ms. Gendler?
And if I may add, I'm sorry, with your permission.
Go ahead, Ms. Gendler.
We, after October 7th, for the first time in our organization's nearly 30-year history, did and continue to publicly state our outrage and horror and disappointment about the events of October 7th. It was the first time that our organization made any comment on any international event. It was a departure for us. We have been very clear that our mission is to organize locally, including and especially around constitutional rights and freedoms, which is why it's important for us to promote the freedom of speech and the right to protest, even when as individual humans, as individual Jews that are members of our organization and staff members of our organization that take a wildly diverse personal positions on international affairs. We strive to be very, very clear-headed in our mission and to really stick to our local organizing, which we do in solidarity, in deep solidarity with all marginalized communities. And what we have found is that that is what keeps us safe. And we have found that the protest movements in Minnesota have generally experienced fewer incidents of anti-Semitism than they have across the country, largely because of the relationships that JCA members and staff and our organizations have across communities and across lines of difference. Anti-Semitism exists, we know this, but it is not inevitable, and we have the tools to fight it, and the only way that we fight it is in solidarity. We can't do it alone.
Well, I'd be interested if you have the data to support the assertion that we have less anti-Semitic incidents here in Minnesota because of JCA's work. I'd love to see that, and I would applaud that if that's the case. But as we know, JCA is not the only organization in town, in the state, fighting anti-Semitism. But I'm still a bit dumbfounded by some of, with all due respect, Ms. Gendler, I'm still a bit dumbfounded. Some of these responses, how difficult it is even to say that claims like calling for death and destruction of Jews in Israel is somehow not anti-Semitic, and it cannot be condemned by the Jewish Community Action Organization. I don't know where to go with that.
Thank you, although I believe to clarify, I said that, of course, we condemn any calls for death and destruction of human life.
Well, I would welcome a statement from JCA condemning organizations that call for that as well, such as were prevalent on campus since October 7th, targeting Jews on campus who probably disagree with your assertion that there are fewer anti-Semitic incidents and animus on campus now than there was a year ago. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Gemler.
Thank you.
We'll invite Karen Redleaf, Schraufnagel, Bob Goonan, and Sylvia Schwartz to come forward, representative of the BDS, Boycott, Divestment, and Sanction community. As a group, this organization will have 10 minutes to testify. We've invited them to split that testimony up in whatever proportions they wish to do so. My understanding is that you'll be doing so in approximate segments of 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but it's up to you how you wish to proceed, and I believe Mr. Goonan intends to proceed first. Mr. Goonan,
Mr.
welcome
Chair.
to the Judiciary Committee. Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members, my name is Bob Goonan, and I'm here as a member of the Minnesota BDS community. I grew up in the 1960s, when the trauma of the Holocaust was still very emotional and raw. I was taught that Israel represented a safe refuge for Jews, and that belief was deeply ingrained in me, and I take anti-Semitism very seriously. Which is why decades later, I had a very hard time coming to terms with the true history of the creation of the State of Israel, of the Zionist militia's ethnic cleansing of 750,000 Palestinians who fled in fear from massacres and violence. And so I came to realize that, in essence, Israel, as a product of Zionism, is a settler colonial state which has nothing to do with the ancient religion and culture of Judaism.
Mr. Goonan, I really don't like to interrupt, but if you could please direct your testimony to the University of Minnesota and BDS as it is reflected on campus activities.
I'm
I'd
working
appreciate
there.
it. Thank you.
I understand the definition of anti-Semitism to be hostility or prejudice against Jews as Jews. For something to be anti-Semitic would require that hostility or prejudice to be manifested in the real world, such as a verbal threat, physical intimidation, or a violent act, specifically because I or others are Jewish. Now, students stating that they feel unsafe or uncomfortable on campus is not in and of itself proof of anti-Semitism unless it is accompanied by evidence of that verbal or physical threat. For example, if a white person felt unsafe or uncomfortable during the peaceful racial justice protests in 2020, would that prove that the protesters were prejudiced or hostile to white people? No. I have attended many rallies over the past year, and I have never, ever heard one word that threatened Jews with physical harm. And what I see as the material effect of these charges of anti-Semitism against the student encampment movement was to draw attention away from the atrocities that Israel was committing against the Palestinians of Gaza. Because to be unsafe in Gaza is to be among the 14,000 children who've been killed, or the hundreds of thousands that have been traumatized by Israel's relentless 9-month bombing campaign. To be uncomfortable in Gaza is to suffer from life-threatening starvation and dehydration due to Israel's engineered famine and its destruction of the clean water infrastructure.
All right, Mr. Goonan, you've apparently chosen not to focus on the University of Minnesota campus. issues of anti-Semitism. So we'll move on to the next testifier from BDS.
I'm working my way there. Please give me 2 more minutes.
You don't have 2 more minutes. You have each chosen to speak for about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. If you want to use up the rest of the 10 minutes, you can decide amongst yourself who else will not speak.
Sylvia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sylvia Schwartz from the Minnesota Break the Bonds, and I am Jewish, daughter and granddaughter of Nazi Holocaust survivors and victims, and a supporter of human rights for everybody, and an activist for an end to the apartheid and genocide in Palestine. The genocide has been acknowledged by many international lawyers, the ICJ, dozens of human rights organizations, members of Biden's State Department, members of the U.S. military, college students, faculty, and people of faith, including Jews. We must stop the genocide. How can we, those of us without political power, stop it? We can protest, we can write letters to legislators, we can write op-eds to newspapers and ask our city councils to pass ceasefire resolutions. We can wear T-shirts and keffiyehs, and these things are nice, but they don't seem to make a difference with the people who have the power to end the war crimes. What we need to do is put pressure on Israel and on our own government, and that's what the encampments were doing. And how can we do it? We can participate in the nonviolent Palestinian-led boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, a movement which calls on Israel to comply with international law. But in whichever way we attempt to speak out and call for a stop to the genocide, there are legislators and officials who want to prevent us from speaking. People are arrested, doxxed, beaten, and maligned for exercising their First Amendment rights in order to prevent information from getting out. It's as though if we are prevented from educating people about war crimes, the crimes just aren't happening. Problem solved, except it isn't. This hearing and most of the focus is not on the topic, the reason for the encampment and protests. The hearing is furthering the chilling of speech and allows the genocide to continue without our attention. Preventing speech will not erase the crime. It criminalizes the messengers. If we are wrong about Israel, BDS will die on its own. If we are right, Israel can end the BDS by simply complying with international law. No extra laws or hearings are required. It is every human being's responsibility to stop a genocide. We must do everything in our power to end the atrocity that is happening now, and our failure to stop it is our shame. Don't take away the tools we need to show our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Schwartz. Ms. Redleaf, now you go.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Karen Redleaf-Schraffnagel. I'm a member of the Minnesota BDS community. I'm a graduate of the University of Minnesota. I am Jewish, and I was raised Zionist in Highland Park, St. Paul, Minnesota. Growing up in Highland Park, I didn't know that I was on unceded Dakota territory. Visiting Fort Snelling with my elementary school classes, I was not told about the genocide of the indigenous people and the role this fort played in their attempted extermination and expulsion. I was taught to be proud of the fort and the role that it played in securing this state for the settlers who came before me. When I found out the truth, I felt ashamed. I had absorbed mythology as a child that placed me at odds with my own value system. I had sided with the powerful against the people whose land they stole and whose history they erased or appropriated. Discovering that my behavior was inconsistent with my value system was and is very uncomfortable. But that did not cause me to blame the people who taught me Indigenous history, who helped me align my understanding of the world with reality. I direct my anger at the people and the system that deliberately and self-servingly miseducated me. It might not be true for everyone, but for many, this is part of what college is about. You leave your sheltered world and confront a larger reality. It is often uncomfortable. Normally, you do not blame those who help expand your world and broaden your perspective for disabusing you of the comforting lies you believed when your world was small. In that spirit, I share some facts about the terms being misused here today by some. Judaism is a religion. It is almost 6,000 years old. The concept we know as Zionism dates to the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century, which revived the Hebrew Bible, linking the modern Jews of Europe to the ancient Hebrews. Protestant millenarians believe Jews must return to resettle Palestine to facilitate the second coming of Christ. Philologists in the 19th century discovered a family of Semitic languages, which included Hebrew and Arabic. By the mid-19th century, some biology scientists studying race and heredity were concluding that European Jews were racial descendants of the ancient Hebrews, while making no parallel claims with respect to other religions, which also had their origins in Palestine. In 1879, an otherwise insignificant journalist and Jew hater named Wilhelm Marr coined the term anti-Semitism. Marr did not like the term Judenhass, which meant Jew hatred in German. To him, you couldn't be Jewish and German. The fact of their Jewishness made Jews un-German. They were foreign. Jews became Semites and therefore foreigners wherever we lived in the diaspora, because someone who hated us with a passion could not stand the idea of us being of the communities and countries that we were busy assimilating into. In the mind of anti-Semites, we can never assimilate because our Jewish blood makes us forever foreign. In Der Judenstaat, Theodor Herzl, considered the father of Jewish Zionism, wrote, "The governments of all countries scourged by anti-Semitism will be keenly interested in assisting us to obtain the sovereignty we want, and the anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. The anti-Semitic countries, our allies." Quote, close quote. Processing these facts may be uncomfortable, but processing these facts helped make me the proud anti-Zionist Jew who's testifying before you today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Schraufnagel. I know you as Ms. Redleaf.
You can call me that.
It's easier to say that.
It's fine.
So any questions from members of the committee? I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you believe that Israel, as a political nation state, has a right to exist in the geographic location it's at?
Are you asking me?
Sure. Ms. Schraufnagel.
I don't believe that an apartheid state has the right to exist. I don't believe in Jewish supremacy.
Okay, the question is not about apartheid state or Jewish supremacy.
Not in its current configuration, no.
In any configuration?
As a democratic, secular state, absolutely. Of all its people.
And if that were the case, would it have a right to defend itself against attack from other forces outside of the state?
So the premise of that question is entirely incorrect. The idea that a state does not have the right to defend itself against people that it occupies. It only has a right to defend itself against an external attack. So, no.
Okay, so we're back to the question of occupation of Gaza, which I don't
We're-
want
we're- no.
to go back to those deeper
Palestine is
questions,
occupied, in my opinion. The Jewish state is a settler colonial state.
Senator, may I answer your
Can we
question?
tie this to the university? You call for divestment from the University of Minnesota, which is what I thought this whole
We
10
do.
minutes was going to be about, which is why we accepted your proposal to testify here today, and we really haven't heard much about that except a brief moment from Ms. Schwartz. Do any of you wish to take 1 minute to tell us how divestment ties in to what happened on the University of Minnesota campus, please?
Did you say to the student encampments? I couldn't hear your question.
To the call at the University of Minnesota part of which the student encampments and protests was for the university to divest. It was one of their demands from the University of Minnesota. So divest from what and for what purpose?
I'll answer the question for you.
Mr. Goonan.
So the reason to divest is that currently we see a tremendous amount of slaughter and what the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, determined was a plausible genocide. And that genocide is supported through Israeli bonds, which are, essentially loans to the Israeli government. And then there are also Israeli companies involved in, among other things, weapons manufacturing. Elbit Systems, for example, which makes 85% of the drones which are inflicting tremendous damage on the Palestinians in Gaza. So why divest? Because that is one means by which to put pressure on the state of Israel to discontinue that genocidal violence,
So
to
that
discontinue an engineered famine against the people in Gaza. So yes, that is what divestment is meant to do. Sylvia already mentioned that. People have protested, people have come out in the streets, people have tried legislative advocacy. Divestment is one more tool to put pressure on Israel to obey human rights, international definition of human rights.
Okay, so I'm not going to go down the path of how do we define international human rights, how do you define genocide, which has a very specific international law definition. Professor Gross could recite it for us, I'm sure, very clearly, and it has to do with intent. But a call for divestment from the University of Minnesota, by the University of Minnesota, would also call for them to sever professional academic ties with Israeli companies that provide a great deal of benefit to Minnesota in terms of agricultural research and seed banks and stuff like that. Do you wish to divest from those companies, for example, as a part of your call for divestment from all things associated with Israel?
I believe that divestment is essential, that we have a fundamental moral issue before us, and that we must, and this includes the University of Minnesota, take a stand against what is being done by Israel to the Palestinians in Gaza. And divestment is one tool by which to apply that pressure. And yes, any company, any Israeli company should be divested from.
Even private companies that aren't involved in any of the conduct that you're concerned about?
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, we're done with this segment of the testimony. Thank you, the three of you. We will now invite some representatives from university departments to testify. There will be two testifiers of educators affiliated with Gender, Women, and Sexuality Studies Department and the Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature Department. Dr. Sima Shaksari, hope I pronounced that right, come on forward, and Dr. Tony C. Brown, both professors in each of those departments, or those two departments that I mentioned. Welcome to the Senate Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. My understanding is Dr. Shaksari is going to testify first. I don't, correct me if I'm wrong there. And if, again, you could keep your testimony, please, focused on the University of Minnesota and anti-Semitism on campus and the university's handling of it. And as GWSS's faculty statement is a part of what has been perceived as anti-Semitic by some, we welcome the opportunity to hear from you on that faculty statement as well. Dr. Shaksari.
Mr. Chairman and members, my name is Sima Shaksari, and I'm an associate professor in the Department of Gender, Women, and Sexuality Studies at the University of Minnesota, and a member of Educators for Justice in Palestine. I'm representing myself and not speaking on behalf of my department today. Dr. Aaron Izura has sent a statement that should be in your packet. That's a statement from the department. I want to acknowledge that this testimony is held on the ancestral and current land of Dakota people who were subjected to one of the bloodiest genocides of modern times. Something to think about when considering consulting the community and to reflect on what is meant by community and whether that term should include groups that protect the interests of particular states by excluding and silencing others. And this is also important because a question that was posed to interim President Ettinger about outside professional protesters at the encampment highlights the inconsistency in the logic of community deployed by this committee and those who have reversed the decision to hire Professor Ross Segal. The TP that was set up in the encampment was set up by indigenous community elders. And that makes me ask you whether we consider them professional protesters who came to agitate or to consider them members of the community who have experienced a horrendous genocide and are survivors of a settler colonial state. I want to start with concerns about anti-Semitic hate, which is closely related to Islamophobic hate, as both are products of white supremacy. I will be honest with you, I was scared to come to this hearing in person because of the Islamophobic and anti-Middle Eastern hate violence that I have received in recent months from the defenders of the State of Israel, some of whom are in this room. Please note the difference. I'm not saying from Jewish people, but the defenders of the State of Israel, some of whom were right-wing Christians who were trying to exorcise the Muslim evil out of me by converting me to Christianity. I was afraid to leave my house in December and January, and I'm still very concerned about my safety. I became a target of hate violence shortly after it was announced that I was a finalist for the Associate Dean of DEI position in the College of Liberal Arts at the University of Minnesota. Soon after my job talk on December 14, there were campaigns by the website 5 Minutes for Israel and Makkah, which resulted in hundreds of form letters sent from all over the world to the UMN administration accusing me of anti-Semitism and support for terrorism and telling the administration not to hire me. While emails were being sent to the administration, I received rampant Islamophobic, sexist, and transphobic hate mails and threats, online harassment, and social media trolling. These are the exact words in just a few of numerous emails that I received. And excuse my language, it's not my language. Anti-Semitic cunt, I'm gonna find you. Or fuck you and your terrorist friends, they would hang your ugly lesbian ass. Emails wishing me a painful death, stoning, and rape were among the violent, racist, and sexist hate mails sent to me daily. I also received a threatening voicemail from someone who insulted me, read my address, and said that I would be watched. Needless to say that the search was canceled under internal and external pressure, and it became apparent through a data request that the emails containing accusations of anti-Semitism against me started being sent internally to the administration as soon as the finalist candidates were announced and even before my job talk. These threats and accusations are attempts to silence any critique of the Israeli state, which assumes itself to represent all Jewish people and uses this claim of representation to silence dissent and erase the history of Muslim, Christian, and Jewish Palestinians living in Palestine for centuries before the formation of the Israeli state. As many anti-Zionist Jewish people whom we just heard have argued, the assumption that all Jews are Zionists or that the state of Israel represents all Jewish people is anti-Semitic in itself, just as holding Jewish people accountable for the Israeli state's genocide is anti-Semitic. Mischaracterizations and misleading accusations of anti-Semitism against those who are critical of the Israeli state's apartheid and genocide not only gives rise to Islamophobia, but they also make light of the actual instances of anti-Semitism which endanger the lives of Jewish people around the world. Those accusations are used to deny academic freedom to many of us, including many Jewish academics such as Ross Segal, an expert in genocide studies who, based on his expertise, has called the Israeli state's ongoing violence in Gaza as genocide, and others have mentioned the ICJ and other groups that have also made this decision. Unlike the claims used to disqualify him for the position for which he received an offer, which was rescinded, Professor Segal has never justified the October 7 attacks by Hamas. The decision to withdraw the offer from Professor Segal violates the university policy. The CLA Constitution clearly states that the dean has the ultimate power in hiring department and center faculty and administrative positions, and the Regents recognizes the autonomy of college constitutions. Let me point out the fact that many of us have critiques of the state's violence, no matter which state that may be. But for some reason, we are not allowed to criticize Israel for its violations of human rights. Last year, when Jina Mahsa Amini died while at the custody of the Iranian State's Guidance Patrol, I and a group of Iranian students and faculty issued a statement in support of the Iranian protesters and asked the university to condemn the Iranian state's violence against the protesters. Does that make me an anti-Semitic, does that make me Islamophobic when I condemn the Islamic Republic of Iran, which not unlike the
Professor,
Israeli
please
state—
go ahead and wrap up your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to repeat my question because it's important. Does that make me Islamophobic when I condemn the Islamic Republic of Iran, which not unlike the Israeli state has organized itself around their religious identity? If the answer is no, why is it then that those of us who condemn the Israeli state's genocide are accused of anti-Semitism? Would it be divisive if US academics talked about the violence of slavery and settler colonial genocide in the US, and we all do that, and all departments that I know teach about that? Why then is critiquing the Israeli state genocide considered to be divisive? Over 40,000 innocent Palestinians are killed in the past 9 months, and the Israeli state settler colonial violence did not start on October 7.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, I'll stop here.
Appreciate your testimony.
Sure.
Professor Brown.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
Welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Sorry?
Welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Well, thank you.
Go ahead with your testimony. You have 5 minutes.
So, my name, first and last, is Tony Brown. I'm a professor of comparative literature at the university, though I'm here representing myself, not my department. Anyway, so what I have to say may well offend some people or upset some people, and I do apologize in advance. I'm not really into upsetting people, but, we're here to learn, to talk, and so on and so forth. So apologies. So in spring, around the time of the campus encampment, I spoke with several of my Jewish students, all advanced students, advanced undergraduates, about Gaza. They relayed their fears and concerns. They made clear how uncomfortable they were with the promoters of anti-Semitism on campus, how strongly they rejected that promotion, how, despite their rejection, it was making them question part of themselves and much of their upbringing. They felt targeted, along with others, by these advocates of a rampant anti-Semitism. The students' comments dovetailed with aspects of the IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism used by the Department of Education since 2018. And so we're clear the IHRA is not the International Hot Rod Association. In the same terms as that document, they saw, these students, a potential anti-Semitism of those promoters, those advocates already mentioned, most of whom appear to be professors, but some students, some administrators. When we turn to the IHRA's working definition, we read that it can be anti-Semitic to apply double standards to a Jewish national state, and the document itself distinguishes a state of Israel from the state of Israel. A Jewish state should not be singled out for special treatment, it says, for when such a state is not held to the same standards as other states, there we can have what the document calls the evil of anti-Semitism. And so, as some pointed out, insisting that Israel alone, as a Jewish state, can freely commit genocide, that it should not, unlike other states, be held to account for its actions at the ICJ, or the ICC, that it should be actively supported in genocide or apartheid because it is a Jewish state, all this promotes a perverse anti-Semitism that makes genocide and apartheid rightful aspects of Jewishness. And that, I assume you'd agree, is evil in all sorts of ways. But this, I think, is the fear, that an indubitable right to genocide and racism is being cast as an attribute of Jewishness by anti-Semitism's advocates. Because one is Jewish, one can kill wherever, whenever, and whomever with impunity. One can subject or eliminate the indigenous populations of Palestine. You should have no trouble grasping how upset this makes students. They stand at protest shoulder to shoulder with their Palestinian friends and allies whose families back home are being murdered and maimed day in and day out, while our campus is awash in loud voices demanding Israel be treated differently because it is, by its self-definition, the nation-state of the Jewish people. The students refuse this claim upon them, made by a state they want nothing to do with. But they fear they will be held responsible for what they oppose as long as the advocates of rampant anti-Semitism on campus continue to insist that between Israel and Jewishness there is no daylight. An insistence by which being Jewish would again, perversely, entail being guilty of all that Israel does, an attribution of universal guilt, which is itself another of the possible evils of anti-Semitism included in the IHRC's A's working definition, holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the State of Israel. Note how that sentence suggests quite clearly that Israel can do reprehensible things and can be called out for them, and that none of this would be anti-Semitic. It would only become anti-Semitic in this instance if one held all Jews responsible to and for that state, as when someone says something like, it is an entire nation out there that is responsible, as Israel's current president put it in a different context. So you can imagine how the students feel when their principled protesting is met with hysterical professors swearing that the protesters want to annihilate all Jews, that they are pro-Hamas puppets, or some other such absurdity. They fear the hysterics will only make life for Jews on campus harsher, that they themselves will be mistaken for racist pro-genocide exceptionalists, that claims concerning actual anti-Semitism will be ignored because of its trivialization by its advocates. When one gets called anti-Semitic for questioning the wisdom of bombing the innocent in refugee camps, what are we witnessing other than such trivialization?
Please go ahead and wrap up your testimony, Professor.
So contradicting the IHRA's working definition, our promoters of anti-Semitism on campus demand that the least criticism of Israel not be tolerated, not allowed, only shouted down silence. I assume that the students would have recognized evil at work in the recent campaign against Professor Raz Segal, but I will leave it there as Sim has already addressed that topic and we can take it up again in the Q&A so as to not run over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your testimony. First, let me say to Professor Ashok, that I condemn with equal fervor all anti-Islamic comments that you received, that you testified about. That was also completely inappropriate, should not have happened, and I condemn that as well. But I do have a question for you about the statement from the department of GWSS on October 16th, which shortly after the October 7th massacre in Israel referred to systemic sexual violence that was dispensed against Israeli women as, quote, Islamophobic tropes of terrorism and unsubstantiated claims of uncivilized violence, close quote. Does the department still adhere to that position, Professor?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your question. As I mentioned in the very beginning, I'm not here to represent the department. I'm only representing myself. Professor Aaron Izura, who is the chair of the department, has sent a statement, and you could probably see his answer in that statement, which was in the packet that was handed to you.
So then let me ask you separately, do you agree with that statement?
Again, that would be a statement published by the Department of Gender, Women, and Sexuality Studies. I was asked to come and, well, or I applied to actually come and testify about anti-Semitism on campus, and that's why I'm here.
Do you think that, do you agree with the calls to continue the Al-Aqsa flood, which were stated on campus since October 7th?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure why are you asking me that question. With all due respect, I feel like that's a profiling question, because you're assuming that because I'm Muslim, that I would support Hamas or Al-Aqsa flood. I've never, ever said anything to that effect, but that question to me is interesting. I didn't think I'm here to be on trial. I didn't think it was a court. I thought I was going to testify about anti-Semitism, not about Al-Aqsa flood.
Yes, that is correct, and this is not a court. But that also does not mean that you get to say whatever you want to say without being questioned on the substance. That's part of the purpose of a hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I welcome any questions you have about the content that I presented to you. Yes, go ahead.
I listened to everything that you said, and I appreciate your being here to testify.
Okay.
To suggest that I'm profiling because I'm challenging the consequences or the substance of some of what I've understood you to convey is not appropriate. It's responsive to your testimony. So, my question has to do with perceptions of anti-Semitism on campus.
Mm-hmm.
Much of which came out of, some of which came out of the GWSS department, of which you are a part. I do not know what role you played in the creation of the faculty statement that was posted by the department, explicitly identifying itself as a position of the faculty of that department, of which you are a faculty member.
Correct.
So, unless you are prepared to sit here today and say, I was not a part of that statement and I disavow that statement, then you are, at least to some degree, participating in that statement, or at least it was represented by your department chair as including faculty. So, if that statement contributed to a sense of anti-Semitism on campus, I think it's a completely appropriate question to ask whether or not you agreed with that statement at the time and whether you continue to agree with that statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm not here to testify on that statement. That's a departmental statement. I did certainly sign on it. I do agree with everything that is said in that statement. However, I believe that there is an assumption that you made in your question, which is that that statement has contributed to anti-Semitism on campus. I would like to ask you how.
The manner in which it has been interpreted by many Jews in the community and on the campus, and it's explicitly blaming Israel for the massacres in southern Israel, the manner in which it called for violence against the state of Israel, which many Jews interpret as anti-Semitic, whether you intend it to be so or not, and the faculty that felt the same way about that, the students in GWSS classes who are Jewish that felt marginalized or unwelcome, and potential students that would not now sign up for classes in GWSS because they feel that they would not be welcome as Jews in those classes. Those are all manners in which I have been informed that statement has been taken as anti-Semitic. So that statement said, among other things, that the characterization of sexual violence by Hamas was Islamophobic tropes of terrorism and unsubstantiated claims of uncivilized violence. Well, since then, the United Nations investigation has concluded that there was sexual violence committed by Hamas terrorists in the October 7th attacks against women, Jews in southern Israel.
So, thank you again, Chairman. I will answer to your question, but not as a representative of gender, women, and sexuality studies. I'm not here in that capacity. I made that very clear.
I welcome your personal opinion on it.
Before I give you my personal opinion, I would like also to mention to you, if you read the chair of department's statement, I have been on sabbatical, so I don't know of any complaints from GB students, but as the chair of the department, he has mentioned that he hasn't seen any complaints about what you claim that has come forward from students. In fact, as Aaron Izura mentions, many of GB's graduates held signs that said, end the occupation or end the genocide. So I'm not sure where the information that you have about the statement making students uncomfortable comes from. I have no knowledge of that, and I can't comment on that because, as I said, I was on sabbatical. I didn't teach the previous year, and I haven't heard from other faculty or students about that incident. In terms of the unsubstantiated claims, what I can tell you that this question was posed to me when I gave my job talk.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, which claims are you referring to as unsubstantiated?
Sexual assault. Isn't that what you asked me about?
Well, that's the way it was characterized in that statement by the department. Are you referring to that as, just so I understand what you're meaning here, are you referring to that as still currently unsubstantiated, or are you referring to that as the way it was characterized last October?
I'm saying that how it was characterized in October, but what I'm also saying that at that point, the UN was not allowed to go in and interview or investigate the cases of sexual assault. And at this point, and I would like to hear if you have heard something different or read something different than the reports that I have read, that none of the survivors of sexual assault came forward in the investigation that was done by the UN. So there's a difference. I welcome comments from you in hearing how you perceive the UN report that was given after the investigation was allowed by the State of Israel.
Do you believe the women who say they were sexually violated?
I believe any woman. I used to be a sexual assault, a rape crisis counselor in the city of San Francisco for years, and I have said this before. I believe all survivors of sexual assault, be it Jewish, be it Muslim, be it Christian, be it of any faith or no faith at all, that is basically what my philosophy is on sexual assault and rape. I do believe the survivors, and I will say this again, I do not believe a settler colonial state that has occupied a people for 75 years, and I will believe the survivors if they come forward, of course I will, but also I would like to mention that the settler colonial strategy of domination includes sexual assault and charges of sexual assault against the colonized. We have seen this in the Turtle Island. We have seen this in the case of black men being accused wrongly of sexual assault and lynched in the history of the United States. And we have seen how Palestinian men have been stripped in Gaza, sexually assaulted, and yet there is no talk about sexual assault of Palestinians in Israeli prisons.
So, I'm sorry, Professor, let's back up. Are you saying then that you believe that the Jewish women have not come forward to claim that they were sexually assaulted because they didn't necessarily talk to UN investigators?
I'm not suggesting that, basically I'm stating a fact, that there are no Israeli women who have come forward to be interviewed by the UN investigators.
How about in other forms? Whatever form it is that they've come forward, and it's well documented, there are plenty of claims of sexual violence and gang rape and personal observations by survivors of the Nova Music Festival. Are you not believing them?
No, I do believe, as I said before, I do believe all survivors of sexual assault. I do not believe the State of Israel's claim and appropriation and deployment of sexual assault to justify its colonial violence and its genocide.
I'm talking about Hamas's cross-border attack on southern Israel and the sexual assaults that occurred there, as to whether or not you now believe they occurred, even though on October 7th, the statement that, or October 16th, the statement you signed on to denied that they happened, and blamed them on Islamophobic tropes of terrorism. So apparently you didn't believe them then. I'm glad to hear that you believe them now.
That
do
is
any
not
members of the
what I
committee have
said.
any
I'm
other
sorry, I'm not sure how you perceived what I said. What I said was that I believe survivors of sexual assault. I have not seen any survivor of sexual assault in Israel to come forward in an investigation with the UN. If you want to make a conclusion out of that, that is not a statement that I made, and thank you.
You keep limiting your source for some reason to those who may have spoken with UN investigators, and you're ignoring the vast trove of other well-publicized statements.
I believe
and
facts.
Testimony, well-publicized testimony and reports by women and witnesses of sexual assault, and frankly, of some of the recordings of the attackers themselves. So let's leave it at that. Any members of the committee have any follow-up questions for either of our testifiers here today? All right, thank you both for your testimony.
Shukran.
We are going to now we're going to invite Stephanie Iskakov from Chabad to come forward and testify, and following that, we will have the Jewish Community Relations Council testimony, and then we will conclude with any final questions from the committee and give President Ettinger an opportunity for closing remarks. Please pronounce your name so I don't mispronounce it again.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. My name is Stephanie Itzchakov. I am an alumnus of the University of Minnesota. My degree was in sociology of law, criminology, and deviance. After graduating from the university, I worked for the Department of Homeland Security, and then transitioned to something I'm more passionate about, which is Judaism and anti-Semitism. I now work for Chabad on campus at the university. Chabad is ran and operated by Rabbi Yitzi and Chavi Steiner. And in my role, I assist in managing all aspects of the organization, giving me a pretty comprehensive view of the issues and challenges faced by the Jewish students on campus. My testimony won't be very revelationary. It's going to be just a statement to a reminder of the fact that anti-Semitism is on campus, whether all Jews are experiencing it or not. Since October 7th of last year, it has become evident and increasingly clear that many Jewish students no longer feel comfortable at the University of Minnesota. Chabad provides various resources to support students, and one of them is a private crisis hotline that students are welcome to message through text. On October 8th, 2023 at 10:30 p.m., we received a text message on this hotline from a student reporting an anti-Semitic incident on campus. The student wrote, "I was walking down the street and a Hail Hitler salute was shown to me. We believe that this timing is not coincidental, and it reflects a disturbing trend of increased anti-Semitism after October 7th. Another service Chabad offers is providing free mezuzahs to students. A mezuzah is a distinctively Jewish item that is affixed to a doorpost. After the start of the school year, students are welcome to pick up a free mezuzah from our building in order to put it up in their dorms and wherever they're living on campus to display their Jewish identity publicly and proudly. As the semester progressed, certainly after the October 7th massacre, many students returned their mezuzahs to us, expressing discomfort and fear in openly displaying their Jewish identity. Following the establishment of the encampments on campus, students sought personal guidance and counseling from Rabbi Yitzi Steiner. A notable issue that was reported by students was the manner in which professors were openly criticizing Israel in ways that were entirely unrelated to the courses that they were teaching. For Jews globally and Jewish students at the University of Minnesota, Israel holds a deep significance as their ancestral indigenous homeland, which is why this has created an uncomfortable and hostile environment for the Jewish students that attend these lectures. From the incidents and feedback we have received, it is evident that Jewish students at the University of Minnesota do not feel comfortable on campus, and we feel there is a pressing need for the administration to address these concerns before the start of the new school year in September. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Iskakov. Any questions from members of the committee? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard from previous testifiers, students, that they hadn't experienced any anti-Semitism by their fellow protesters, the students that were out protesting with them. And my first thought was, well, if you agree with their positions and you're helping them achieve their objectives, that doesn't really surprise me. But my question to you is, if you don't agree with their positions and you don't help them achieve their objectives, do you think Jewish students have a different experience?
Ms. Iskakov.
Yes, so any Jewish student can have a vastly different experience on campus. But the truth of the matter is that even if there's one Jewish student that is feeling unsafe or feeling threatened or unwelcome at the university, I don't think it should matter how many there are, even though I think it's very clear that there are plenty enough. Even if there's just one that is feeling uncomfortable or unsafe, that it's an issue that needs to be addressed. Does that answer your question, Senator?
Senator Kroon. Ms. Iskakov, I have been, it was my understanding, I've been informed that Rabbi Yitzi Steiner has been spending a vast majority of his time since October 7th counseling Jewish students on campus how to deal with the anxiety and trauma relating to the campus atmosphere. Is that a fair characterization? Is that your understanding?
Correct. Rabbi Yitzi Steiner, along with his wife Javi, are mentoring and guiding students as well as they can. Even though this is an issue on an administrative level, there are students who are suffering on campus, and we are their home. When they don't have a home to go to, people to confide in, Rabbi Yitzi and Javi are the ones that they go to address their needs and concerns. They have spent countless hours guiding students through these issues, students who are graduating and they're worried that their commencement ceremonies are going to be disturbed, who've been waiting 4 years for that, as so many vast experiences that people are confiding with the rabbi in, and that's been the majority of their time, unfortunately, since October 7th.
Any follow-up questions from members of the committee? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Jewish Community Relations Council, Steve Hunnigs, Executive Director. 10 minutes available for testimony from Mr. Hunnigs.
Thank you, Senator Latz. Perhaps the committee is taking a sigh of relief knowing that we're practically reached its end today. So I appreciate everybody's patience and the thoroughness with which these proceedings have been conducted, your interest in probing the details and getting to the truth of the matter at the University of Minnesota. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Hunnigs. I'm the Executive Director of the JCRC of Minnesota and the Dakotas. Our organization advocates on behalf of the Jewish communities in Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota, and since 1939 has represented the community consensus. Thank you, Chairman Latz, Ranking Member Limmer, and members of the committee for convening this hearing to discuss this most pressing issue. I take up the challenge that Professor Painter issued, that we're here to fight all forms of bigotry. Indeed, let's think for a minute what's happened in the Muslim community. 2017, the bombing of the Dar el-Farouk Mosque and School in Richfield. But for the grace of God, many could have been killed in that bombing. Last year, there were 2 arsons at mosques in Minneapolis. The JCRC has expressed its solidarity, in fact, worked on the 2017 Dar al-Farouk case in conjunction with Attorney General Ellison and others to advocate for an upward departure for Mr. Hari and the conviction that he received in federal court, which Judge Frank did, in fact, grant. So very important, and I take Professor Painter's words to heart. And to President Ettinger, no one possibly could have conceived of the circumstances under which you assumed your presidency, given what happened on October 7th. Thank you for your service. It's been very difficult. You volunteered for this effort, and we thank you for everything that you've done for the University of Minnesota. No one else could have also anticipated the anti-Semitism spiraling to the point that 1/3 of all reported bias incidents on campus involve hatred of Jews or Israel, as my colleague Benji Kaplan demonstrated. And during this encampment this spring, the U of M students graffitied the campus with messages inciting violence against the Jewish people, several of these messages which we've provided to the community. Just to recenter this conversation, let's just look at these messages one more time. One message read, "Glory to the resistance," accompanied by a red triangle. This refers to Hamas. This refers to Hamas targeting people for death or attack in some form. Hamas is the Arabic translation of Islamic resistance movement. Another example was the depiction of Leila Khalid, a Palestinian plane hijacker with a rifle and a quote, glorifying terrorism. These were the images that were spread around campuses, graffitied on walls. Additionally, Victory of the Alaska Flood with its red triangle also graffitied. Alaska Flood is the Hamas code name for the October 7 massacre, which involved the mass murder, rape, and hostage-taking of Israeli. Another disturbing message, you said it yourself, Senator Latz, Al-Qassam makes us proud. This refers to the Al-Qassam brigades, recognized by many countries as a terrorist organization. The United States and Canada have designated Hamas itself as a terrorist organization. Along these lines, as Professor Gross explained, support for a violent, genocidal, anti-Semitic terrorist organization at the University of Minnesota is not an issue of academic freedom. Nor can the claim be made that Hamas is only anti-Zionist and not anti-Jewish. In fact, Hamas does not differentiate between Zionists and Jews. In Hamas's original 1988 charter, which has not been retracted, they state, "Our struggle against Jews is very great and serious. Also, the day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews." I witnessed myself on campus because I spent some time watching the encampments, taking heed, trying to learn, that the ceasefire protesters in front of Kaufman Union, some of them were waving Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the flag of a terrorist organization, chanting from the river to the sea, "Palestine will be free," a thinly veiled allusion to the destruction of Israel. Jewish students are not safe on this campus, while support for organizations that call for the slaughter of Jews is left unchallenged. Indeed, the harm of the words written on Kaufman Memorial Union, on the walls, posted to social media by the organizations in support, is just plain profound. And to not understand it is somewhat dense. This fundamental point continues to call into question support for the candidacy of Professor Roz Siegel for the directorship of the Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. In an interview with New Jersey Spotlight News in May, he said of anti-Semitism in encampments, quote, "These accusations are baseless. They're actually absurd. The accusation that the encampments pose a danger to Jews and their sites of anti-Semitism, that's absurd." Well, the facts from everything gathered in the totality of the circumstances from throughout the United States would completely reject that conclusion that there's no anti-Semitism associated with the encampments. All one must do is look at the graffiti associated with the vandalism at the university to see the truth of the matter. Now, turning again to this issue, as President Ettinger has said, about community participation in the search for the Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. I was on that committee. In 2012, a robust committee made up of distinguished professors from the University of Minnesota, from the College of Liberal Arts, who were proud to have selected Alejandro Baer as the successor to the late Stephen Feinstein. As I said, it had a huge opportunity for community input. That's what Professor Ettinger has said is the case, and we thank him for pausing the selection process now. Indeed, you can look at today's editorial in the Star Tribune entitled "Complications at the U.S. Holocaust Center," which supports the pausing of the search. Similarly, 26 rabbis wrote President Ettinger and Provost Croson, quote, "We also recommend that the center continue to engage their multiple community stakeholders in the hiring process, including those from our Jewish community. Such representation will ensure that the voices of those connected to the center's mission are heard and respected." Professor Showett from CLA was also quoted in the Star Tribune editorial to the point of the importance of community involvement in the search for the next director of the Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. Meanwhile, other issues persist. We're hearing them right here today. Denial of the sexual predation of October 7th. One can look at the New York Times story from this past fall. Screams without words how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. For some unknown reason, we're having a debate over what it is the United Nations itself found when it explored the issue of the sexual assault against Israeli women associated with October 7th. In the face of the UN report, we're hearing this in the face of the UN report of Pamela Patton, Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, who was charged with, quote, "analyzing and verifying reports of sexual violence related to the October 7 attack." Ms. Patton and her team, members of the committee, listen to this, conducted 34 interviews. They visited 4 attack sites. They viewed 5,000 photographic images. They watched some 50 hours of footage of the attacks. Ms. Patton's conclusion, quote, "It was a catalog of the most extreme, inhumane forms of killing, torture, and other horrors, including sexual violence. Yet the denial persists." Professors such as this contribute to a campus climate which stigmatizes Jewish students who do not meet ideological litmus tests. Senator Latz, Ranking Member Limber, and committee, you've heard from Benji Kaplan, Professor Gross, Professor Painter, Stephanie Yishnikov. We cannot change the past. We can only try to improve the future. We look forward to welcoming President Rebecca Cunningham to campus. And I'll close on a personal note, just like Beth Gendler talked about her family story with respect to the University of Minnesota. We also have one. This is my grandma's program from her graduation, her BS in Library Science from 1929. My father's a graduate in 1953 and law school in 1958. My mom's dental hygiene in 1953. I'm a law school graduate, class of 1990. My son is a CLA graduate, 2023. Do the math. We've had 4 generations of Hunnigs graduate from the University of Minnesota in the space of almost 100 years. We are very proud of this institution. We hope for better days ahead with respect to the Jewish community. No doubt that will come to pass, and we look forward to partnering with the university and the new president in this respect. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Honings. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Honings? Thank you for your testimony today. President Ettinger, you do not have to say anything if you don't wish to, but we invite you back if you'd like to say anything further, or I should also ask if any members of the committee wanted to revisit any of the testifiers with any follow-up questions that you may have had occur to you before we bring President Ettinger back. President Ettinger.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have 2 quick comments. I know it's been a long afternoon for everyone. We rightfully had conversations about the encampments. I do want to point out in the scheme of last year, the encampments were about 10 days. The protests were 8 months. And so kind of the bigger issue in terms of feelings of anti-Semitism or challenges on campus really do relate to the protests. So there's areas where there's clear lines. Saying death to the Jews, death to Zionists, that is over the line. That is something that the university would not tolerate. It is against our policies. Graffiti and vandalism is over the line. Targeted attacks on Jewish fraternities or Hillel are over the line. I do believe, based on the conversations today and what I heard from other people, we have to look harder at other lines. Are there other ways that we can still allow people to have a free right of protest and a free right of expression, but not create such a chilling environment for other folks? And that really ties into my final point, which is the University of Minnesota should want more Jewish students. We should want more Muslim students. And we're not going to get there if the people do not feel comfortable on our campus. And so the message of the various folks testifying today and what we heard from your panel today should be well taken by the university, that we need to work harder in this area to make sure that we continue to thrive as an institution and serve the full population of our state. Thank you for having this hearing today.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in that light, I have a follow-up question for you. The Hillel International has what they call a campus climate initiative. Mr. Kaplan mentioned that earlier. And Hillel here has been asking for about 7 years for the University of Minnesota to join that initiative. Other Big Ten universities, such as University of Wisconsin, do participate in that. I know you've only had a short time here as interim president. What would be your thoughts on joining that or on recommending that incoming President Cunningham join that?
That was actually a topic that was brought up in our conversations with Jewish students. Maybe we shouldn't have had to hear it from them. If it's really been on topic for 5 or 6 years, we should have been having an opportunity to jump on it more previously. But we literally, for the next 2 meetings with Jewish leaders, have scheduled topics, and that's the topic for August. So I would expect some decisions soon after that.
I appreciate that, and appreciate your continued dialogue with campus leaders from all perspectives on these issues. I hear you loud and clear that you're condemning bigotry and hatred on campus, and that the university will do all that it can to enact that precept on campus and to protect all students and faculty members from feeling unsafe or unwelcome. I join that call. I reiterate condemnation of bigotry and hatred of all forms, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all other forms of bigotry and hatred on campus. The university needs to be a vibrant community, an intellectual community, one which welcomes dialogue and debate and free speech without calls for violence or hatred toward individual groups, and respecting others' determination of what they interpret as calls for violence or hatred against them as groups. So I hope that we have had an opportunity today to hear these viewpoints. I believe that we have. I want to thank everyone for attending, for testifying, and for handling this discussion as respectfully as possible. I believe we brought some more clarity and certainly more public discussion on these topics in a public forum. More conversations are necessary and will continue. And thank you all for being here today and for participating in this hearing. We are adjourned.
Mr. Chair, I have blood on my hands.